Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the show. Yes, I'm David Sponheim, and this is our anti-war rally. Welcome. We've been working the numbers over, and it's shocking. We are faced with a massive loss of capital. Under Donald Trump, we are facing massive... This is an anti-war rally, not a war rally, an anti-war rally. We are facing a deficit that is growing leaps and bounds. Nearly $22 trillion debt. Additionally, the House just passed an additional $3.8 trillion, 3,800 billion on top of the 1,700 billion that they had already given tax breaks for the rich. They want to extend that. Now the House is moving forward with that before they leave and get replaced with Democrats. And they're probably going to get the Senate to pass this. And when that happens, we're out $5,500 billion for the future, for the operational expense of our nation. When you look at the overspending that Trump has engaged in, $500 billion in 6 months, we also have to link the component of Obamacare to that, because he acquired a lot of the problems that Obama created with the Affordable Health Care Act. And that $500 billion in 6 months, I would say $150 billion of it, at least, is Obamacare excesses cost due to affordable health care. Now, a federal judge in Texas has ruled that the Obamacare Affordable Health Care Act is null and void. He strikes down the Health Care Act, and this is sending resounding shockwaves through our country because a lot of people still think that Obamacare is helping them, even though people with pre-existing conditions still get spit out by companies and forced to pay huge premiums and deductibles. They used to pay $1,000 deductible. Now they're paying $10,000 deductible. Everybody is. And the premiums have gone up in healthcare all over the place. So this is clearly a problem that I cannot possibly endorse the Democrats on what they created. And I stand by what Trump has been doing, trying to minimize the payouts, because we've got a healthcare professional group that should be called pro-criminals, because they're just about making money. And while our country's been struggling to just pull money together just to survive, these people have been making 18% gradual increases in revenue every year. Now, the Kremlin, in their vain attempt to stay relevant, are constantly trying to mix things up. And, you can't trust people that interfere with elections in any country they possibly get involved in. They say that the Kremlin may very well have controlled Brexit and had effect on the Brexit vote back a year ago. But now they're saying they should take the lead on rap music, not shut it down, Putin says. See what I'm saying about this guy? Who cares about rap music and Russia's involvement? I mean, this guy's all over the place. He wants his fingers in every little thing he can and try to capitalize. And for a communist to be such a capitalist pig, it's unbelievable. They say Putin's net wealth in his life is accumulated $200 billion. Now, that is not a communist. That's a capitalist. And now he wants to manage rap music. What a joke. In fact, Russia shouldn't be involved in elections in other countries. They should get the hell out of our election process. And if Trump doesn't expurge Russia from our current negotiations that we currently are working on the intermediate range missile, we're going to have to ultimately deal with the reality that they're meddling in every single country's affairs, especially ours. So at this point, negotiations can go on, but do we need to do anything in their favor? Hell no. This is ridiculous. They're pushing the envelope on war. They're engaging in greater advances in their nuclear weapons capabilities. They claim they've got a weapon that'll destroy an entire continent, that they can blast from underwater from a submarine. I mean, these people are not actually looking for peace. I would say Russia should impeach Putin. He's reached his point of usefulness. He doesn't bear the importance that Boris Yeltsin put out in terms of the revolution that happened in their country. He doesn't even carry that torch. Boris Yeltsin assigned Vladimir Putin to the role of president. He was never elected initially. And then he controlled any of his dissenters through his election process, and he won his elections using the power of government. That's not a man that earned the trust of his people. And I'm sick and tired of that man meddling in every single affair around the world, and I will go at it straight on by leading a plan to help our country become the nice guy, to change the ways of Trump and turn back to NATO and say, yeah, we're willing to help NATO any way we can. You see, NATO is not our enemy. The EU is not our enemy. The UN and the World Bank that controls the UN is our enemy. We, as a nation, do not need the UN to camp out and to create networks of public safety like the Strong Cities Network. We don't need that. We don't need the UN meddling in our affairs. We do not have a need for UN relations other than our presence there and possibly, hosting an event or two, as any other nation. So I say downsize our position with the UN because it's one of the ways in which the New World Order is trying to control our nation. And it's wrong. This concept, the Strong Cities Network, promotes a global police force, and it's not good for America. This is the reason why the Baltimore riots occurred. They were merely testing their system to make sure it worked. Really? When you try to join ATP, it connects you to the Ohm Nation Network? Huh. I don't know of any Ohm Nation Network working at our at our Cool Rock site, so I'm not sure what that is. Thank you, Deeker. Oh, it's the iBlog thing. It reroutes you to the. I see. I can't really help you there. We use iBlog for our show. I'm going to keep negotiations going with Putin. We don't have to like the guy to communicate with him. He can continue denying having any influence over any other country's election process. I don't really care if he wants to deny it. It doesn't matter. We know for a fact that Russia contaminated our election and got Trump elected. We could go so far as create a new kind of a reality where if we are seeing Russian agents entering our country, influencing our election, we may have to put a travel ban against Russian or Eastern Europeans. It's possible. Whatever it takes. Right now, there are a lot of Russians coming into this country through Trump, and many of them are moving into Florida property that he himself sold them. So we do have a Russian issue going on, especially with Trump and his contamination issue with the election. I would certainly look at inviting Putin to the White House if he so desired, but I wouldn't go over. I mean, if he expressed interest in visiting the White House, I'd certainly open the door to him. Absolutely. I'm not looking to create an enemy here. I want to be as practical as I can about how we approach a relationship with Russia because they are one of the reasons why we keep pushing money into our military-industrial complex. We're throwing $1 trillion a year into our military-industrial complex over what we should be spending. I'm proposing a $500 billion budget for the military, and I don't believe that's unrealistic. I believe we can hold our military to that too by making some reforms like purchasing camouflage equipment for all of the services, Army, Air Force, Navy, and Marines from the same location, cutting the costs extensively for camouflage. We can do a lot of group purchasing. We've got 4 different services to purchase from. We don't have to have every one of them purchased together. So one of my reforms will be to get the purchasing agents from all of the armed forces to work together. Kind of a roundtable discussion on any ordinance or anything that they need. So group purchases will be a big thing for cutting the cost of the military. This is a major reform. Another area I'm going to reform the military is I'm going to tell the Navy to stop using plastic waste and dumping it in the ocean. Our Navy purges their sewer system every single day, and when they go through the waters, they dump it right in the ocean. That's got to stop. Okay, well, at least you got through, Deeker. That's the thing. You know, what Cool Rock is just a hodgepodge of sites linked together with some amazing technology created by the Scraplet company. A man who's a genius, Steve Rapiti, created that site, and nobody's been using it except for us, maybe a few other people. It's a really cool site because you can take the entire Cool Rock site and move it around. Everything on the Cool Rock page can be moved and adjusted. So we run our show as at coolrock.com as a backup for any of you trying to watch our show. I don't have the phone in here. Let me go get it. All right. Yeah, we have a lot going on here. So, you know, stop creating a platform for you to do, like you enable your Flash player here. Just go like that. You can get rid of this ad right here because it doesn't exist. He doesn't get any advertising over there. But we've got buttons to our YouTube channel. We've got Scissor Fights music, a song lyric generator to have fun with. We've got our chat going on right there. You can watch our show simultaneous to the show. It's pretty cool. And down below is fun stuff you can play music with. You can actually interact with an AI system on Cool Rock. That's it playing back. So you play a couple notes, it'll play music back to you. Interesting. You're actually talking to a computer with music, you know, and then we've got pretty cool things. You can type in all kinds of sounds and documentation, things like that. Anyway, we've got other things down below that are really fun. You can get out of that. But moving on, let's talk about the news. Climate negotiators reach an overtime deal to keep the Paris Pact alive. In my opinion, Donald Trump did the right thing by not signing the Paris Accord. It was very, very important to make a stand against the ClimateGate people and the conspiracy of carbon point legislation. Now, I live in a state that all the Democrats are like, well, we need to get carbon point legislation going forward because the weather's changing. You know, the weather change that's happening in our country and around the world is actually being engineered. Much like this plan to create a strong cities network in our country with the UN coming in, which they've been promoting. The Democrats and the Republicans have been promoting this. And we're going to stop this as soon as I become president. This is ridiculous. But much like that, we're dealing with the meddling of our air quality, carbon point legislation, like I said. And really, at the bottom of what's happening is we've got chemicals being dumped on our heads on a daily basis. And they're coming out of planes that have canisters right in them. Now, what I'm showing you right now is an actual patent for a canister that's sitting inside of a plane. And this plane is filled with all kinds of toxic pollution that they're dumping on our heads. Yeah. This shows the inside of a chemtrail plane, and what it is a U.S. patent. The specific thing is the systems and methods for aerial dispersion of materials. So we are looking at a potential filing of a patent by the CIA's Evergreen Airlines to dump chemicals in our air. That is where our climate change is coming from. And if the Democrats don't want to address this obvious issue, and the Republicans don't want to talk about climate change, which clearly is happening, then there's no reason why we should sign any document at the UN level. Because the perpetrators of this UN strategy are trying to tax everybody for their pollution. It's all about money, not about people. That's the problem. Money is at the root of almost everything that's going on at the UN level. There really is a simple plan, and that is not do what the bankers want us to do. disembark from bankers controlling our country and thereby gain autonomy and tell the rest of the world we are not going to run around starting wars in countries like Yemen or Saudi Arabia or wherever. We're not going to engage and be interventionists because that's what bankers want us to do. Most wars, or in fact all wars, have been caused by bankers. Bankers are the root reason why wars happen. It's not necessarily anger. Wars happen because money is tight, and the only way they can print up money is to come up with a good reason. Well, of course we need to print up money. We have to fight a war, and they can finance both sides this way. Now we have an even bigger war going on, the war against saving the environment. Now, solving carbon point legislation is not going to in any way advance our concern about the atmosphere. To their best recommendations, the cap and trade people say that we'll get 17% reductions in greenhouse gas by 2030. That's not enough. But what's really bad is Trump is in the other direction trying to roll back decades of Clean Water Act protections. So not only is the UN trying to push, a ridiculous agenda of ClimateGate and ultimately carbon point legislation, but Trump is in the other direction trying to now destroy whatever we have to protect our valuable water that we drink. So Trump is really pushing the limits. He's trying to shrink the amount of area the federal land can oversee, making it possible for companies to just pollute rampantly in state and local levels and get away with it. So we can't possibly be benefiting from Trump rolling back decades of clean water. The administration has taken aim at removing environmental federal protections for wetlands and isolated streams from pollution. Big mistake. So on the other note, I think we got a problem with a president that doesn't even understand the environment or care about the environment. But not signing the Paris Treaty is perfectly fine. That was my idea. Okay, I guess we're there. We're done. Robert Mueller is still pressing to interview Trump after President's written questions or answers to the questions. According to CNN, we've got a nonstop thing happening here. Trump has led a lot of organizations, nearly all of them are now under investigation. And Robert Mueller now wants to get to the bottom of a lot of questions or answers that he came up with. So we'll see if Mueller can pull a rabbit out of the hat after doing next to nothing in regards to Donald Trump and only attacking all of his henchmen and his foot soldiers. He hasn't really made any strides with Trump. But if this is the next step, it's taken him a hell of a long time to get here. And I don't trust Robert Mueller on many different levels simply because he's the guy that signed off on the 9/11 Commission report as being legitimate. And the more I talk to people on the internet, the more we talk in general, the more we realize that the cover-up that's happening Okay, thanks, Deeker. The fact is, we've been challenged with an even bigger challenge ahead. It's almost like we need to start moving forward instead of backward. And we've got the Mueller question has sat out there lingering, forcing Trump to just fight this in Twitter and various other things without any solid evidence. Mueller is going to have to get his act together rather quick, lay it on the line and say that James Comey firing was obstruction of justice, which it obviously was, or just stop impeding our country from functioning now. I never thought that I would feel a little bit bad for Donald Trump after 2 years of exposing the corruption I think has been happening. I'm beginning to see him as a sympathetic character in this whole thing. I really am. Because we haven't really made a good move toward a better nation by simply attacking the president on every level without any solid evidence. Now, I've seen the solid evidence, but Mueller won't put it out there. And because Mueller won't do anything, and he didn't do anything with the 9/11 Commission report either, it seems like Mueller is just a stick in the mud, basically, unable to do a damn thing. Indicting a few people, giving him a couple sentences for a few days is not exactly what we expected. And if the Democrats think that their mandate is to fix Medicare or Medicaid or maybe help Obamacare, that's not their mandate. Their mandate is to get Donald Trump impeached in the next year. Now, either they do that or they need to move away and let this third party form in the middle somewhere. Because our country cannot possibly languished with the mistakes of Obama for 8 years and yet more mistakes from Trump in the past 2 years, we really aren't coming to any solid, grounded, centrist solutions for our country. We've got to open the dialogue. The left and the right have to both talk. We have to communicate, and we have to move forward on a lot of different levels. And we're not going to see that with Trump laying in his bed tweeting at 3 a.m. with insomnia. It's getting ridiculous. But I still contend that Donald Trump's relationship with Putin is unnatural. And his relationship with Russian oligarchs is unnatural. And what we have seen over the past few years now is a country that is doing apparently what Putin wants us to do, except for ultimately removing ourselves from Syria, which has been a big problem and a point of contention. So I'm not really sure if Donald Trump is using that as his ace in the hole, his Syrian rebel activity, because the relationship with Putin has soured rather quickly. But it's still at a point where Putin's upset. I think that Donald Trump and Michael Cohen admitted that Donald Trump offered Putin a $50 million penthouse suite in the Trump Tower, Moscow. I don't think Putin wants people to know that he wanted a $50 million penthouse suite, because remember, Putin spends all his time trying to tell people he's a communist and he lives in a small apartment. Meanwhile, he makes $200 billion on the side with side operations. So I think our relationship with Putin is kind of spoiled. It's not working out. So Trump needs to get his act together and say, hey, we're going to at least recognize that we have to engage heavily with sanctions against Russia. We cannot possibly equivocate on that. Trump has been very, very unable to impose sanctions. So it looks to me like what's happened so far is Trump made a deal with Russians to give him a $50 million penthouse suite and the sanctions. And he apparently honored the sanction part. And that's not good. That means that Russia did buy the election and that they controlled our foreign policy toward Russia. So we have to move on the sanctions right away, Donald. And I would also encourage a possible travel ban against Russians and Eastern Europeans if this continues. I really don't see how we could get them out of our country any other way. Now, the people that are here can certainly live here with green cards and stay. But if you leave and go back to Russia, you wouldn't be able to come back. It's a pretty hardcore policy, but it would be no different than how we've treated 7 nations with the travel ban we currently have in place. Wow. Go ahead and pull Robuscules out of the show completely. Ban his IP. Thank you. We're done with him. Thank you. I've given super operator capabilities to Scissor Fight, so he's going to go ahead and ban him. Yeah, he's going to IP ban him. Electric Plazy, Uber Flying Taxi. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. We can't allow people like that in the show. Okay, Uber invests millions in building flying taxis. Wouldn't it be nice if Uber would just carry an insurance policy on their taxi drivers, like any company that normally has to do business in the country would? You can't get a taxi service to guarantee that they have insurance now that Uber is out there. Many of your insurance plans will automatically be null and void when you get an Uber car. You may want to call your insurance company and ask them if riding in an Uber car, you're covered. So many Uber insurance companies out there are pretty expensive, and a lot of Uber drivers don't even pay them. And Uber expects their drivers to cover the insurance, if you can believe that. Now they're taking all their unfounded profits, which I think were acquired illegally, and investing millions into building flying taxis in France. You see where we're going with this? It'll be like gyroscopes, yeah. Well, we'll see if these flying taxis have any chance of, functioning. I'm curious. Oh, they're R&D in Pittsburgh, Toronto, and San Francisco. Focused on Uber's self-driving technology. Now Uber's elevating their flying car program. Well, it'd be great if it actually played, you know. It'd be great. Oh, there it is. Whoa. Up, up, and away with my automatic flying. I mean, it is the future. I don't want to hold back the future, but Uber doesn't cover.
It's a new type of aircraft. Our most important use case is going up, going across, and going down. So cruise is a very important part of our story.
So these will go faster than a helicopter?
They'll go faster. They'll be between 150 and 200 miles an hour.
Than a helicopter?
They'll be super quiet.
2020 is when you expect to start running tests.
Yes, demonstrator. We call them demonstrator flights.
Demonstrator flights in Dallas and Los Angeles.
Correct.
2023 is when you expect this to be used by the
Yes,
general public.
That's right.
In some locations.
Yes, that's correct.
And when do you expect them to become autonomous?
That'll probably take 5 years, I would guess.
Okay. So conceivably, by the LA Olympics in 2028, you could have people going from somewhere near their homes to downtown Los Angeles to watch an Olympic sporting event.
That will definitely happen. The question is whether it's autonomous or not.
How much is that going to cost? Is that going to be accessible?
And we think the very initial flights will be Uber Black-like pricing. So,
will the Uber drivers of the planes actually, if they do have non-autonomous planes, will they actually have insurance, or will I be required to carry insurance on my own Uber travel?
So remember, we're combining multiple people into a vehicle, and so you'll pay a little bit.
Oh, so we're going to have multiple people stacked in a tight vehicle with no insurance. Sounds like a great plan. Wow. Gee, I'm glad they're really thinking of the people and their safety. Wow. Boy, we need to crack down hard on Uber. Can you believe these people and the audacity that they think they can just build planes and take over markets without any oversight by our government? I'm just shocked. So, if the interview doesn't go forward, Trump says, no, I'm not going to interview Robert Mueller, no. Seriously, Donald, don't testify and don't interview. The guy's got balls the size of little peas. Yeah. Little pea balls. You don't have to testify, Donald. It's ridiculous. Jeez. The limits on Robert Mueller's power are about this far. And I will attest to one thing, that without any solid subpoenas for Donald Trump's 10 years of tax returns, which would have been the first thing I would have done as special prosecutor, Robert Mueller has proven to be next to worthless. Attacking a bunch of, like I said, foot soldiers and henchmen like Michael Cohen and Manafort is not going to stop this guy who essentially is cemented in the White House right now. So let's be real here. Now, I would not be using this rhetoric if we had made some progress in the past 2 years. Remember, I'm the guy who told you about all the things that are now coming true about Russian influence, the sex tapes, the sex acts of Donald Trump with these women. All these things are very likely true. But without any solid investigation by any lead investigator with any balls, I think what we have here is a case of a little man who has a little bit of power named Robert Mueller who thinks he can constantly harass Donald Trump. And I think it's pretty pathetic that they haven't made any major moves here. And I got to tell you, I'm appalled at the lack of coherency at the Democratic Party level, and how none of these people realize that they got elected because they should be impeaching him, and they aren't. We'll see when they get there if they're going to do anything. But if it's led by people like Ocasio-Cortez, who doesn't even understand that our Congress is not comprised of 3 parts. She actually believed that Congress is composed of 3 separate branches. Can you believe that? She stated that. Somebody had to correct her. No, there's only the Senate and the House, Ocasio. You may want to study a little government if you're going to be a leftist radical. Seriously. She's on record making some really stupid statements. Of course, Trump is too. All right, so I think that our nation's goal here is to lighten up a little bit. I think we should at least realize that we may have a body double here. Ocasio-Cortez may very well be Huma Abedin. Folks, we've got a possible altered face here. Look at this. This is weird. Okay, is Huma Abedin getting a chance to run as somebody else now? Is this what's happening? I got to find out how old Huma Abedin is, because Acacia is 28. And Uma Abedin is 42, so it's pretty hard for a 42-year-old to look like a 28-year-old. But wouldn't that be the ultimate scam, you know? That's a pretty close match, don't you think? Yeah. All right, moving on. Thank you. That's pretty funny. Thanks, Electric Paisley. Why, it is a double, I know. I'm blown away. I didn't expect that. It could be Uma's sister, Eba. You're right. They may be related. I wouldn't doubt it. Something's not right about Acacia and how she's risen to power in the Democratic Party. Something's not right about that. Remember, the Democrats only let people through their kiss asses who suck up to those people. Yeah, Paisley's dead on this one. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. To call Mueller a little man is to actually embody the spirit of a little man. Well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to stick you where the sun doesn't shine. Okay, all you other Democrats, get the hell out of our party. We don't support LGBTQ here. Okay? So you leave this centrist party now if you want to cater to the mindless mentality of a demented, deviant group of people who are cultivating their beliefs in the Democratic Party. Get the hell out of our party. Go join the LGBTQP plan. The P plan. Lesbian, gay, bi, transgender, queer, and pedophiles. Why don't you go check out your Democratic Party and how it's emerging in this wonderful world of ours? Eventually, the Democratic Party will be called the Communist Party. And the Republican Party will be called the Fascist Party. Eventually. When this centrist party finally takes hold in America, we'll be looking at those two parties as splinter groups, fringe splinter groups, no different than how they saw the John Birchers in the 1960s, now called the Peace and Freedom Party. Yeah, but just the whole group of Democrats, Republicans have become so corrupt and so into money and getting reelected and reelection funds from their corporate donors that they've lost track of their constituents. Now, if you like gay people, that's cool. I personally have no problem with gay people, consenting adults having sex in the privacy of their own sick world. I'm okay with that. But get it out of my face. And don't tell kids that they have to be boys in between girls and then reassign their genders not based on their genitals. This is ridiculous. It's sick. And why should a deviant group of people dictate what the norm feels is appropriate? We are the norm. Now, I welcome gay people in this party, but we're not going to be catering to special bathroom needs for trannies. I'm not Michelle Obama. I don't support transgenderism. I think it's a mutilation of your body to chop your penis off. I'm sorry, but I just don't believe that that's cool and that's okay. When people tell me about that, it's like, really? You're going to cut your penis off? Do you realize that transgenders have 20 times higher suicide rate than the regular population? That's not exactly a proper adjustment to their new body part. That's pretty messed up. And any psychiatrist that pipes in on this, the media doesn't want to hear, because most of them feel that this is self-injurious behavior and there's no way that that's acceptable or a normative value. So the Democrats can have the LGBTQ movement and stick it where the sun doesn't shine. Cal Worthington, we're not especially approving Flobies here. Yeah. Sarah's going to take over the show. I'll be back with a new haircut. I just got off a long drive today, and I'm just going to do a little bit different thing with my hair. But yeah, thank you for your link, though. But no thanks. What we need here is more cowbell. I know. There's never enough cowbell in our show. It's true. We played a lot more cowbell last night. Okay, Sarah's here to give me a break. We don't take recommendations. All right, I'll see you in a bit. Thank you.
David, you look amazing.
Thank you.
More cowbell. That's pretty funny. I think I'll get rid of some things that David has up. Desktop regions. Okay, what else? Where is this? Crap about. Has to be above that. I have to try and find this. Okay, I'll have that. Hello, Deeker. I am well tonight, I think. How are you? No, I don't, Electric Paisley. I am very much more accepting of everyone. Whatever people want to do in the privacy of their home is, to me, it's up to, I believe that's up to them. They should keep that private, of course, but just like I keep what I do in the privacy of my home and my bedroom private. That's how I feel about that whole issue that David was talking about. I think that it has no place in politics, and I don't think that anyone should judge people based on what they do in their bedroom. I don't think that needs to be publicized, though. What people do in their bedroom doesn't need to be publicized either. I'm not really in favor of like public displays of affection. That's funny, US man. You're bundled up in wintry gear? Good. Or two heterosexual couples. I mean, two people that are heterosexual. No one really needs to see public displays of affection. Maybe, of course, that's because I've been with someone for 20 years, so I'm not really into that. I don't know, maybe I was into that when I was like a teenager kind of thing, but I'm definitely not into that anymore. Take it to the bedroom. I don't know, Deeker. Maybe it was the conversation David was saying. Exactly, Electric Paisley. I tend to agree with you. Wow, you're... Okay. Okay, David has a whole bunch of stuff open that I'm probably going to get rid of. TMZ, closing. TopSecretWriters.com. CIA agency says, oh God, seriously, do I want this? Why do I want this? No, I don't. Things I would not look at. Hello, Mitchell's SC. Good evening. All right. I wouldn't say I deserve more. I think we all have what we deserve. I guess, that's what I would say. I think I have exactly what I deserve. I used to be on a low carb, low sugar diet, but I've totally changed, and now I do eat carbs and sugar, especially in the holiday season. December's like, cookies, give me more cookies. Yeah, you wonder what the 22nd century will hold since this is the 21st century. No, it's pretty amazing. The 21st century is pretty amazing. But yet sometimes we still educate students like it's the 20th century. So we should all be. So you're saying that. Wait, let me get this right. Ghost, do you think that the issue towards transhumanism and acceptance of transhumanism or LGBTQ whatever is really some kind of conspiracy to make us all sexless? Yes. Do you think it's part of the conspiracy to control I mean, like lower the population, like make us sexless in order to have less children in order to lower the population? I know that's a theory out there. Most likely. Yes, you're right, 802. Sometimes it is subversion just to keep us distracted from other things. That's David's natural hair that you saw tonight, and he has great hair. Deeker thinks doesn't think we can really overpopulate with all the sickness of dying chemtrails and poor air and water quality and radiation happening. Oh, the Mexican volcano is erupting. I think that happened last year as well. No, it is. The wind has died down today in Washington State. We don't have the gale force winds like we had last night. That was a little scary. Mexican volcano Popocatépetl erupts with 2-kilometer column of ash. I wonder if they say when the last eruption was. The active volcano, it's located in central Mexico. It exploded Saturday evening, sending ash 2 kilometers in the air with a cloud of smoke moving in northeast direction. Videos show a powerful explosion, traces of magma flowing out of the crater. Possible ashfall is expected in areas around the summit. The volcanic warning is phase 2. Oh, wow. That's pretty amazing. Reminds me of a video I saw of Mount St. Helens. No, this is a Mexican volcano, even though it's from Russia today, is the link, but it's it's in Mexico. Oh, let's see. The date is today. And when was the last volcano? Authorities have urged citizens to stay clear of the regions, those already in the area. They say take precaution against the potential ash fall. Pyroclastic flows are also possible during this eruption. Thank you for the update. Scissor fight on that. Well, it's in central Mexico, so if it goes to the northeast, it might go toward the Gulf of Mexico. I'll have to, now you're making me want to check the weather. Guess 3, 4, whatever. Hello, Will Harrison 1. Yeah, it's every bit as bad as Mount St. Helens. Pretty amazing. Alright, it's 47 degrees where I live. It feels like 41. Oh, wait. There was a gale warning. Oh, I take that back. About the gale warnings. Northern inland islands, including the San Juans, now in effect until 4 p.m. Sunday. Okay. Small craft advisory is canceled. Wind southeast for 25 to 40 knots. In Seattle, Tacoma, it was wind in effect from 6 p.m. this evening to noon Sunday. So who knows, the wind might pick up once again through tomorrow. I thought the wind, it felt like it died down. It was really very, very windy yesterday, but maybe it's died down a bit today. But now, I don't know, maybe it'll pick up again. Let's see. We're going to have showers late tonight. Sunday. At least it's not freezing. Wow. Rain is in view. Rain possible at 1:30. Here's my view of my area. I'm in the middle. So probably won't have too much. We'll have rain at 1:30 this morning. Followed by wind through noon tomorrow. Buffalo Grove, Indiana, 30. Oh my gosh, that's so cold. Are you guys having snow out there then? I did not make cookies, but I have been eating cookies that other people made. Someone bought some store-bought cookies, not David, but a friend of mine, and I've been eating those. And I brought home some white flowered goodness, like donuts, and might eat through those, maybe. We'll see, depending on how I feel. I know I should just throw it away because it's just white flour and it's GMO and it's not good for me. But we'll see, maybe I'll have it for dessert, something like that. You're heading for freezing fog? Ugh. That's pretty. Yeah. As long as you don't go out in the freezing fog, then you'll be fine. Maybe that's true. I don't know, 341, because I feel like I'm gaining it back in the holiday season. I did lose some weight because I was stressed out from school, but no reason to gain it back. But yeah, David was saying today he wants me to not stress out so much about my work. It's hard for me to do that, but hard for me to not stress out, I should say. I think a lot about students and how I can help them. That's just because I'll skip lunch and then I won't eat dinner either, 341. I'll eat less if I'm stressed. I rely more on sleep than food. Oh, I should look at show you guys what I'm looking at. Yeah, actually I agree with you. Once it snows, it feels warmer. That is interesting that it feels warmer because it's like this dry. I think the thing is where I'm living, it's so, maybe that's it. Maybe there's less humidity in the air once it snows. I should check that out. I'm a good person. That's why I think about my students and how I can help them succeed. Yeah, the thing is, yes, this not eating does make me grumpy, but not sleeping makes me even more grumpy. Maybe that's it. Oh, that's a good one, Swine. Well, yeah, because once it snows, then it clears up, clear skies, and then it's light reflecting off the snow. I do wonder about the humidity, if there's less humidity after snow. I've never done any. I wonder if they've done studies on that, or if we could track that. You make igloos to keep warm? That's pretty cool. Yes, snow is very quiet when rain is very loud. I think it's like there's so much humidity when it rains. It's just a cold, wet, damp, bone chilling. Bone chilling when it's cold. All right. What was it going to do? Yes. Almost every part of the president's life is under investigation. It threatens to dominate his third year in office. He visits Arlington, though. Huh. Wonder why he went to Arlington. Yeah, I agree. The ATP bot is wonderful. Thank you, Ghost. Even though I was telling David today, I wonder if it can bring out. Yeah, I don't know. Never mind. Trump, criticized for skipping earlier visits, travels to Arlington Cemetery. He was criticized last month for skipping a visit to a cemetery in France where U.S. soldiers were buried. He made an unscheduled visit to Arlington Cemetery for a wreath-laying ceremony. Oh, no, to a unscheduled visit to a military cemetery near Washington for a wreath-laying ceremony. And then maybe that was what they're saying. All right.
Those are really pretty decorations that we got.
Yeah.
They really are really well made. I was amazed. They're handmade, right?
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah, I think all of them are handmade. I got 3 cool ornaments.
You want to show one of them?
Sure.
I'll
And
bring it into you.
you can, whichever ones.
Isn't that cool?
2018. It's green ribbon, so you can
You can't see the ribbon.
yeah, you can't see the ribbon, but that's cool. You should bring the other one that's like that has a little rose on it.
Okay. Coming up.
That one's really pretty. Oh, thanks, Scissor Fight. Quora.com. Why does it get warm out when it snows? It's up above, kind of near the Santa in the center.
Oh, that one, yeah. That is so cute. It's like a little
It
pig.
used to have a little unicorn horn, but the unicorn horn fell off. But isn't that? Oh,
That's so
that
precious.
fell off. Oh no, that was.
Yeah,
not
it show the
cute.
little pig ears it has on
It's a little horse.
it. Oh, it's a horse? Okay.
It's so cute, isn't it?
Oh, look at the
Jules,
eyelashes
see?
there. Look at the eyelashes. Oh, that's so cute.
It's like a reindeer.
It is so funny, yeah.
It's like a cute, pretty reindeer.
That is amazing.
All handmade, homemade ornaments. It's adorable. I should show them the cookies too. Those are amazing.
The cookie.
Cookies for Santa.
Is there one there?
No, they're in the bedroom. The cookies are.
Oh, yeah, you can show those later.
I'll show those when I come back. It had a unicorn horn, but that part fell off. I'm sorry.
Oh, it did?
That
yeah, that had a unicorn. I remember it fell off. Did
Yeah.
you keep it?
No. Sorry. I think it's still cute without it. Well, never mind. Okay, why does it get warm out when it snows? One thing to consider is that you may have your cause effect reversed. The ability of the air to hold moisture is affected by its temperature, with warmer air holding more moisture. If the air temperature is very cold, there's just there just won't be that much moisture in the air and there'll be nothing to precipitate. Therefore, it only snows when it's warmer relative to extremely cold conditions. Wow, huh? Warmer air holds more temperature. Wait. Holds more moisture. Oh, there's no moisture. So it does have to do with humidity and moisture in the air. But it only snows at 32 degrees. It doesn't snow at 45 degrees. I think that's what we're talking about. It feels warmer after a snow storm than after a rainstorm, for instance. So the president took part in a brief ceremony in Arlington Cemetery, part of a Wreaths Across America Day. Volunteers laid thousands of wreaths on the tombstones of military veterans. Wow, that's very cool. And he's working on expanding Arlington Cemetery by purchasing nearby lands. Wow. That's something I can say positive about Trump today. I was talking with David and felt like I had nothing positive to say at all about Trump. David was saying, well, he's holding it together while he's under attack on all fronts. But anyway, I'm glad that they're going to expand Arlington Cemetery. All right. You don't drink alcohol, you take enough pain meds to numb you. Let you take Vicodin instead. That has its own side effects and consequences, Deeker. Some people I've known on Vicodin have a tendency to talk a lot. I think I have a tendency to not talk enough sometimes. But I'd rather be quiet than talk too much. In many ways. So there's a court ruling that killed Obamacare, and outraged Democrats are going to challenge it. Moscow wants to set up a military base in the Caribbean. Wow. Trump names Mulvaney as his acting chief of staff.
We now know
The former South Carolina congressman. Mulvaney served in Congress before joining the Trump administration. He served as acting director of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau while simultaneously running the White House Budget Office. Wow. Okay. I like that, US man. A good listener is always better than a good talker. That's so true. 936, going on the pain med discussion earlier, said sometimes that stops up your plumbing. Hello, Irish guys. Welcome. GABA, taurine, magnesium is anti-anxiety. Interesting. David was telling me I need to take more magnesium. I don't know about GABA and taurine. That's kind of like caffeine. I don't think I want to do that. David did tell me about that story, ATP bot. I didn't read all of that. I don't know. I'll try it. Who's the one that posted that about the GABA? Deeker posted that about GABA, taurine, magnesium. Yeah, I'm not already a subscriber, so. No, Dano. I don't follow that person. And neither does David. And please don't mention that name in our chat room. If you do it again, you'll get kicked. (936) says take gabapentin for pain. Maybe that's what the person was saying. Fresh basil is the highest and edible you can get of gabapentin. Other people think it's wrong. Oh, fresh basil is the highest edible you can get for magnesium. That's good to know. So I should have more like pesto, basil pesto. No natural GABA. Okay. So do gabapentin, which is some kind of oral supplement, and no natural thing exists for it. some kind of relaxer. Oh, I do not like sauerkraut. I don't like, yeah. I like cabbage. I like cooked cabbage with like salt, but I don't like sauerkraut. At all. Okay, I'm looking at Drudge Report. California City is the first in the nation to launch a basic income program. Let me guess, I think it's somewhere in the Bay Area. Sacramento? Stockton. $1,200 people will be receiving those people won't be automatically selected, but they might, that keeps them in the running. They might be eligible to get a
Do you know that this was not
$500 a month with no strings attached in Stockton, California. Is GABA something you can get over the counter? Well, they'll pay off medical bills, feed their families for $500 a month.
Double barrels here.
Okay. Well, I'll just do regular magnesium.
Do what? I am ready to go. I think I'll put a new Band-Aid on there. Right back.
My opinion on a basic income, I really like the idea if it were to take away from, use basically Medicaid or welfare instead. So if we were to do away with welfare but then had a basic income, I would be in favor of it completely, because the problem with welfare, in my opinion, is that it incentivizes people to not work, whereas the basic income, people can work on in addition to the basic income and get more money. But the countries that have done the universal basic income, they've only done it for 1 or 2 years and found out that it's not good. So it's good to look at those studies too and really see if it, I mean, everyone that's done it says actually it doesn't work. So, I mean, I was in favor of it, but I'm also in favor of doing pilot projects and studying results from, looking at results from studies. Well, I didn't know magnesium was good for that. I might look at that. The thing about a living wage versus a universal basic income is that a living wage is always a moving target. A living wage in one area isn't necessarily a living wage in another area. So there's never a foundation to find out what that is. I mean, I would rather say a basic, if I had unlimited money, I would provide basic housing, not basic income.
Totally.
I would just have a basic place. I would provide, if I had unlimited funds and I had the ability to do so, the 3 things I would provide are a baseline housing, baseline healthcare, and baseline education.
Yes.
And
Housing is
then
really important.
all 3 of those things, people would be more than, they could always achieve more. They could always go get more, and none of those things actually in the end have, you're not necessarily putting money into people's pockets. You could say you're helping the economy, because then you're building up housing and things like that, rather than just giving away money for free forever.
You're taking a drain off the private healthcare system too, which is costing all of us huge amounts of money because we're covering the bills of people that don't have any money at all.
I would rather not even have a national minimum wage. I'd rather have, like I said, I would rather have housing units, and I don't even care if they're built in the middle of nowhere, and say, if you want a housing unit, here, enter your name into a lottery, and we've got so many housing units, 100 housing units, you can come and live in one, and as long as you have to, in order to stay in that one, you have to complete a building of a totally second one. And when that second one's built, because you built it, you're more than welcome to move into that one. Or then we can expand out the lottery to say there's more housing units available.
Right,
Of course,
exactly. Start out with a small one and work your way up.
People might say I'm more liberal than other people, but like I said, if I had unlimited money, that's what I would
Start out.
I would look to doing.
The cost of all these different we call them the basics, and getting back to the basics and baseline plus, the cost of that is nominal.
If you're disabled and cannot work in construction, if you're so disabled that that would be a totally different program that you would qualify, and you wouldn't qualify for one of those basic units. Obviously, we would need to have a situation where you would need some kind of health care, and no, so you wouldn't qualify, in my opinion. So I am not like a total socialist, because I believe in like people actually working. So
we want to cover the basics, basically. If you don't want to work, we have a thing called Baseline Plus, and Baseline Plus means we cover the basics, you cover the plus. You have to work. If you really want to get ahead in this world, you have to work. Otherwise, it's subsistence living. You'll be able to eke a living out the rest of your life if that's what you choose to do. Thank you, Sarah, for your opinions here. So she suggested that we not grab the news from Indonesia, but rather grab the Drudge Report, Ghost. So if Ghost is in the show, you might want to, be aware of that. If not, we'll get back to you. Thanks, Sarah.
he was in earlier.
Okay, did you tell him about it?
No.
Okay. Well, I agree that we have to get back to our original plan to get people housing and education and health
And
care.
all of those require, obviously, an investment, but it's not actually like putting money in people's pocket. I would like the idea of putting money in people's pockets, but really then, if you give everybody money, the prices of housing and all of healthcare and education are just going to continue to rise.
Yeah, well, if we don't get a handle on the private sector's constant price grab, rent is going up like crazy in states like California, New York. The rent is crazy. I mean, I can't even believe in my area the rent has gone up dramatically in the past 2 years. Of course, there's a big demand for a lot of people to live near a naval base, but man, I'm just surprised that people are now paying $1,200 in a rural area for a one bedroom a month. That would have been like $400 or $500 just 10 years ago. Yeah, the rent is too damn high, and I agree with people who are concerned about rent control. I'm all for any type of housing solution that would provide set rates. The thing is, our government's giving these vouchers, these Section 8 vouchers, directly to private slumlords like Kushner and Trump. So that's not good. If we have our own form of housing, and say America were to buy up depressed motels, what we'll call it. Motels barely hanging in there. And they're out there. There's a bunch of motels that are barely making enough. And we provided immediate restoration, renovation, took over control. We could veritably send people who are on fixed incomes like Social Security or any even monthly income of $400 a month. We could theoretically send them to a motel with a kitchenette. And I don't know about you, but I'd be fine living in a motel with a kitchenette full time. I I do not have a problem with that for one person. But many people don't think that they want a bigger house. Well, you have to work for that, but I think at the very basic, we could provide that. I do believe that Hillary was possibly involved with the death of Chris Stevens. I do believe that. I believe that the emails that Strzok worked in favor of Hillary to get rid of, those emails probably would reveal a much larger number of emails related to Benghazi. It's almost like the WikiLeaks that we did see, the 30,000 emails, were culled down to 3,600 by one particular FBI agent. Strzok. He basically did it. And I thank the Republicans for that, because they found out that this guy was complicit in keeping any stories away from the press. So we need to go over those emails yet again. And I would like to officially reopen a Pizzagate investigation. If I were the leader of this country, we would roll over those 50,000 emails from Podesta and find out why 58,000 were originally recorded and why there's an 8,000 number variance that's missing. There's 8,000 missing emails that Podesta allegedly made that we never saw. So what else are we seeing hidden from our views? That has to be done too. I don't think these people can get off scot-free without at least a review of the evidence. And right now it looks like no one's reviewing the evidence. Yeah, well, thing is, we're not going to be able to stop Podesta or Hillary without any credible evidence. Right now, all we have is hearsay and a lot of ancillary piecemeal evidence of weird words being used in emails, talking about pizzas as though they're just, one pizza's not going to make it. Some of these are really sick. I don't know any pizzas that are sick. I'm thinking they're referring to children. And that's concerning me. All right, no, I'm 6'4", Joe. I'm the same height as Abraham Lincoln. You're shorter like Brett Kavanaugh, right? You're more like Brett Kavanaugh's height. Okay, so this is one of the most important memes I've seen all year long, and it typifies what's happening here. The two parties are being paid for by a ruling, basically being paid for by foreign governments funding super PACs. And this ruling was accomplished by Brett Kavanaugh in 2011. That's why Brett Kavanaugh is so important to Donald Trump and to Mitch McConnell, because his reelection actually depended on Russian money. So Mitch McConnell's on the Russian take. This is a big, big picture here. So if you're looking at the power of Russian money in our government, look no farther than Brett Kavanaugh. Thank you. I believe that you're right. Yeah. Everything kind of works out once you get your hair in order. I think that's the best thing about, hairdos. Without a good hairdo, your day is pretty much shot to hell, right? Yeah, the American people are relatively superficial. We take baths every day, or showers, unless, of course, you're living on the street where you rarely ever get to a shower. And most of us are really kind of fixating on looks because we seem to be a superficial society. And it's become kind of a problem. You're electing what you think is beautiful. Well, in my case, I didn't elect to be beautiful. I am simply a guy who's an average American who's been fighting through 8 years or 10 years now of reaching out and talking about the American people. If I fit the bill, I'm the guy who pushed myself as far as I could go to do this, to get the American people a chance to have a centrist look at the problems and take points from left and right. And I didn't do it because I feel like I look like a president. I believe that you're going to have to vote on a couple different levels. A gut feeling is one of them. The intelligent realization that the two parties are failing our country is another one. And thirdly, am I a person of good caliber? Am I a man with integrity? And I am. And I can tell you that this country has been sadly in need of a person with integrity running the country. And that's the third criteria I think that's most important. Thank you. You know, I don't need to look 18, Joe. I'm 58 years old. You know, I feel great. Time is really a relative thing. If you think that you're getting older and it's hitting you really hard, it is hitting you hard. If you don't think you're getting older, you feel like you're young, you're going to be young a long, long time. It's all a mindset thing, mind-body thing. I know people in my family that are my age that really feel old and worn out, and man, they work their butt off working in their jobs to get their retirement, and they are pretty much, you know, at the point where they could probably retire, but they can't. They got to keep working. And it's that kind of mentality that you're busting your butt, and by the time you retire, you're beat. You're not going to even walk around and enjoy the world. You'll be in a medical facility. Well, the point is, you don't want to burn out too fast. You want to fade away. And it's all about longevity. Really? Your average American doesn't have a haircut like this? Well, that's because I was born with great hair. Many people don't have the ability to manipulate their hair. If you have the right texture, you can do whatever you need to do with a thing called a comb and a scissors. You don't need to spend a lot of money on haircuts to look decent in this world. I do my hair. I'm an expert at hair management. My hair management. I was told by a guy in the 80s, mid 80s, that he cut his own hair, and he said, "What do you think?" And I said, "It looks good." And he said, "Yeah, I use my scissors and it saved a lot of money." So I started doing that after that. And yeah, a comb for every voter, right? A comb and a scissors. There's something in my mouth here. Oh yeah, it's that turkey I ate. It's warm-up turkey time because we bought another turkey for yet another Christmas. We're all set. Our turkey's frozen and defrosting in the refrigerator for the next 10 days. Meanwhile, I'm pulling the turkey from Thanksgiving out and heating it up on the stove, and we're having some really good reheated turkey tonight. I made Sarah a lovely dinner. Yukon Gold non-GMO potatoes with organic butter. Brussels sprouts with butter melted on top, and a wonderful turkey with like a broccoli cheddar sauce. Really, really good. With garlic and onion and mushroom. Yummy. Can't wait. Well, thank you. I guess it really does make all the difference in the world to look good. I agree. And I think it's important, since we as a nation have to have a president that looks good. Donald has been doing a lot with his hair too, and he's got a tremendous look. I can't say I could even approach Donald's look. That flyby haircut of his is kind of amazing. It really begs the question: is he able to wrap it around his head, or how does that work? Whoa, okay. Yeah. Okay. Up and away with a blanket curl the cover over. Yeah, that's amazing what he does. Anyway, he still looks good. And our country has had a history of looking good. Now, in the wake of having Donald Trump deal with all these problems that he's dealing with, and the ongoing attacks against his character and the Russian hoax thing that he thinks is a hoax, I really believe that, yeah, you like him? I really believe that we're going to have to give him a way out. And I think we owe it to Donald, because our economy has done so great up to this point before it collapsed. We have to at least give him a way out. Yeah, think of all the profit taking that's happened over the past 2 years among rich people, and how they've just padded their pockets with money. Man, he's just given tax breaks left and right. I mean, I think we owe it to all of these people, and the Republicans too, to give them one last farewell as we accept his resignation. It's just a question of when he realizes he has to resign. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when now. I like Melania. I think she's a very fine example. And I got to tell you, I think the Trumps have done a pretty good job of holding it together. Now, I know it may seem like I'm contradicting myself, and I'm not, really, when you think about it. I came to this realizing that Donald Trump was going to steal my ideas, and now knowing that he likes my ideas is actually flattering to me. Because my ideas are your ideas, are our ideas. Just because he wasn't able to implement any of these things doesn't mean that, no, that's a fake picture, that's been airbrushed, that's been completely debunked. Completely debunked. But I believe him liking my ideas is flattering to me, and it's also good for the country. So the nice thing is, when I take over the country, which I hope to do, as your president, you'll have a blonde guy leading the nation. You'll be in lockstep with a plan that was actually ideas. Many of the ideas were mine. Even though he hasn't implemented them correctly, we're on the right direction. We're in the right direction, in my opinion. Less government interference, less socialism from the Democrats, less catering to special interest groups like the LGBTQ community. Strong border defense, 1,000-mile border possibly built with containers at a very big savings, $1 billion cost, no more than $1 billion. That's what I'm projecting. A plan to help our world policies by softening the image and stopping the aggression toward China and other countries, including Russia, if need be. I'm more than willing to be on an open basis, talking to Vladimir Putin on the phone if necessary to smooth things out. I don't want to make this a divisive situation like Trump did when he started with North Korea and China. But Trump is a little too cozy with Russia, and that's got to stop. We have to come to grips with the reality that we just don't benefit from being too nice to Russia. There's nothing to gain from being too nice with Russia. Okay, this is what this country is all about. We, the people, have had enough. We reached the point where we're tired of it. And I don't need tweeting either. In fact, I wouldn't make an issue of tweeting. We'd have a daily chat room in the White House where you guys could talk to me, and we wouldn't even have to have a Sarah Huckabee Sanders type spokesperson for press conferences, because we could put the internet right in our backyard. The telecommunications capabilities of this world now are so immediate that I don't even need to go travel to meet any of you. You can talk to me on a show anytime, and we can discuss anything that's on your mind. So a nightly chat show will be the thing of the future, a 1-hour nightly chat show. The president that communicates daily with the people. And we'll have a 24-hour presence in the White House, which will be able to provide a overall good feeling for people, coming in and posting concerns about their country, what they want to do in their area. And we will allow you to make polls yourself. Anyone can go in and make a poll, and if it's voted on by other people and they get enough votes, it'll elevate to the most important question for the night, that kind of thing. So we'll use a lot of high-tech sorting tools that will actually get us opinion issues that go right in front of me, and I can respond in real time. But that's what I'm working on. You're voting for my hair alone. I knew you'd like that. Yeah, absolutely. All right, moving on. Sarah's got kind of a good idea. Now, is Ghost in the room? Are you in here, Ghost? I don't know if I've communicated to him yet. I think, yeah, he's in here, but he may be out to dinner or something. I'm going to make sure we can talk to him about something. Wow, you got some good food there. Good victuals for the holidays. I don't have a David Spahn wiki because nobody was able to successfully control it. We started one, but it was overtaken and then turned into a hate site. And there's so many people that can take over wikis, it's not even funny. You have to write them every day just to keep them active. So it became unimportant to us. Smoked pork jowls, black-eyed peas, and seasoned mixed greens. This sounds like a pretty good dinner. That's all you need to make dinner, yeah. It's what's for dinner. Yeah, if you're in the South, that would be a fantastic meal. Very healthy, too. Those pork jowls. All right, good. I'm glad you're in the show. talking about your Southern delectability. Yeah, you know, we're here to encourage people. Yeah. I like your new look, too. You got the new look. We got a whole new guy in the Mad Dog 19. Are you getting ready for your New Year's resolution? Are you getting started? Are you getting started? Yeah. I think he is. Yeah, he muted his speakers, but yeah, that's cool. And my beautiful cat Fluffy's in the show. All right, looking good. Sporting the beard. Yeah, a lot of guys go for the facial hair in the winter because it's warmer. Yeah, looking clean cut there, buddy. So as you can see, a lot of our policies are in the center of the political spectrum. I support your right to bear arms. I'm never going to push gun control on you. It's a non-starter. We've got a Second Amendment. We're not going to disable that. And we know we're onto their game, the Democrats are pulling to do the work of the UN and try to get rid of our weapons. I strongly support America's right to bear arms. And the death toll from weapons is nothing compared to hospitals, even car accidents across the country. I mean, if we were to ban guns, it'd be like banning cars. We're not going to ban cars, even though more people die on the road than die of gun accidents. Heck, more people die from a staph infection, go to the doctor, than they do from a gun accident, by far. So let's be real here. And you actually support the right to arm bears, or beers, as Brett Kavanaugh suggested. We might want to put that through with a typo and say we have a plan to arm bears, but spell it as beers. And I bet if it was shot down in a local court, we could definitely take it to the Supreme Court, and he'd probably be good with it. Arm beers. I like beer, Senator. Is there anything wrong with beer? Yeah, I have an obligation to actually play the beer loop every time I mention it, because it's now national history.
Drank beer. She had one beer at the party and had beers with, and having some beers with friends, or just to meet up and have some beers. Drinking beer, which I gladly do. I like beer.
Have for that.
I like beer. I don't know if you do.
Okay.
Do you like beer, Senator, or not? What do you like to drink?
Next one is...
Sir, are you drunk right now? Because you seem like you're slurring your words, and it seems to me like you're drunk off your ass, Mr. Kavanaugh. Now, you hear he just ruled in favor of Planned Parenthood. That'll get you Republicans to really think twice about your picks in Supreme Court. Yeah, he just ruled in favor of Planned Parenthood. Yeah, many people couldn't understand what's going on. I think he had too many beers that day. He wants to continue funding for Planned Parenthood, federal funding. He didn't even bother to request that any of the credible responses about federal funding on Planned Parenthood be brought to the docket. He didn't even request it. He just caved in to the Democrats or the liberals on the bench. It's funny. So I think with Brett Kavanaugh, we got whoever we want. All we have to do is make sure he gets season tickets to the Nationals to give out to his friends and plenty of beer, and he'll vote for whatever you want. Yeah. Especially foreign governments funding super PACs like Russia. He'll help any way he can there. He did more than shove the poor woman. He held his hand over her mouth while she was going, "Stop! You're raping me! Stop!" Yeah. That's pretty serious stuff. That's rape. But, they call it assault. It's not a wig. No, this is my real hair. This is what beautiful hair is. Yep. Oh my God. I know. I was really shocked that I was trying to rape myself there for a second. I don't think technically you can rape yourself. I don't think you can report that you raped yourself. I don't think that would fly. No, it's not a wig. It's my real hair. See? You pull the tendrils and they're anchored. See that? Debate. Should Santa Claus be female or gender neutral? We don't take on that discussion, but in Britain, it is extremely important to decide whether we're going to make Santa gender neutral or not. You see, the British, we're not the British. We don't keep your freedom of speech suppressed. We don't tell you you're violating hate laws when you commit an act of blatant racism, or you say something against the lesbian, gay, bi, transgender movement. I honestly don't think we need to tell our kids that Santa is a tranny. Okay? Sorry. And I don't even have any kids for that very same reason. I don't want to have to tell my kids, well, actually, we're not sure if Santa Claus has a, I mean, you don't want to have that conversation with your 5-year-old. Okay, moving on. Melania Trump's spokeswoman speaks out. Melania Trump has a spokeswoman? Wait a second. This is too good. She spoke candidly about it in an interview with Sean Hannity.
First Lady, what's been the hardest thing that you have to deal with?
I would say the opportunists who are using my name or my family name to advance themselves, from comedians to journalists to performers. The problem is they writing the history, and it's not correct.
So she's upset about what they're saying about the history.
And especially when there's speculation about you and your family and your marriage, and you've
Right.
addressed that in past interviews.
Yes, I did, and they like to focus on the gossip, and I would like to that they focus on the substance and what we do, not just about nonsense.
Trump has spoken out in the past about feeling bullied herself. Right, and I'm just wondering, is that bullying something that she's referring to her husband bullying her? Or I think it's the press. No, I'm not wearing a wig. I did the hair adjustment because I actually had to retrain my hair. You see, when my hair goes the other way, it's wild. Okay? When I go back the other way, it's straight. And I've done this time and time again. You can see every single show is the same way almost in the past few months. I've been doing a switch of my part. I go from the other side to the other side. So when I start the show out, it's a curly part, and when I do the other thing, I go the backward direction, and then I train it to be in that position. It takes about 10 minutes to train it. So I'll tell you how I do it. I actually comb it out with a thing called a comb, and then I sweep it over like that, and then I put a hat on. And I keep the hat on for about maybe 5 minutes at the most. Pull it off and kind of fluff it out, and that's the hair. That's the hair deal, just so you know. It's nothing special. It's just how I've been able to manage it over the years. All right, thanks. Can we move on from my hair? Let's talk about the Slovenians and the plight of Melania. I don't drink alcohol. I have a Christmas thing going on with a cup of coffee here. And it's lukewarm, so I'm finishing this one. And then I've got my backup, which is made by bulbhead.com. And this is my red copper, as seen on TV thing I got last Christmas. Well, it's not a wig. So bear in mind, just because you love my hair doesn't mean you can leave the show not loving my hair. I want that love to extend throughout the whole evening. I want you to talk about my hair to your family and friends. I want my hair to be the subject of your Christmas dinner. So keep it up. Anything you can to talk about my hair. David, your cast is the last high content cast Mark has? Oh, well, yeah. I know, I saw the picture Amanda posted, but she hasn't made any comments about his death, so that's why I don't think he's dead. I think T. Rucker made a lot of money, along with Lot Lizard, and they took off. They want to remain undetected, thinking that it was okay to do that. They committed illegal acts, in my opinion. I think T. Rucker's living, and I heard somebody recently spotted him in Canada at a Walmart. So it's just a question of getting, when I become president, we're going to be using some facial recognition software, and if we can spot him and get an agreement with Canada to look at Walmart footage, we'll be able to pull him up. So tonight's topic of discussion is my hair. Any other questions? We should certainly field them. I know that many different aspects of my hair are important to you, but I think the world is seriously messed up right now. And if we don't address those simple facts, talking about my hair is not going to solve your problems or mine. Well, I want to make sure that there's a death certificate, and I've said that without a death certificate, a guy who never expressed any problems with cancer ever, who suddenly dies of cancer, it's a little out of the blue, you know? People don't just suddenly die of cancer. They linger in a bed for months on end before they pass away. This guy just died instantly, and then, we're all supposed to believe that. Well, if he faked his death twice before, that's what I'm saying. All right. Trump has spoken out in the past about feeling bullied herself. Well, that's a kind of a non-story. I think we're done with Melania there. Boeing is opening their first 737 plant in China amid the U.S.-Sino trade war. And remember, Donald Trump is meeting Xi Jinping without even having any real knowledge about the Huawei CFO, the woman Meng, who's been detained. And now she's out on $10 million bail, but they're going to extradite her to the U.S. Donald didn't even know about it. He actually walked out and had no clue when he met Xi Jinping. So if this ongoing trade agreement were to get better, we're going to have to offer something in return. And I would urge Donald to at least release any charges against Meng. This is completely ridiculous. It's all based on Donald Trump's imposition of economic sanctions on Iran. I told Donald Trump, or at least, Donald, if you're listening, I want you to hear me. I said something like that. I said, we should not sign the treaty. I said, we should not sign the treaty with Iran. And I really felt that Iran had violated the treaty. But I never said to impose economic sanctions on Iran, at least a large group of them. Telecommunication would have been exempt. The only economic sanctions we need to post against Iran, really to minimize the conflict in the Middle East, is sanctions on things that Iran's been using to create weapons of destruction, terrorist activities. They used imported ink and paper, which they then turned into Yemenis documents, which they promoted and sold on the world market to finance Hezbollah and Hamas forces. Now, we know that as a fact. It's been in the New York Times. They've talked about it. Iran definitely did that. So yes, economic sanctions against ink and paper used in counterfeiting, yeah, that's what we need to be focusing on, not telecommunications. So if we just drop this whole thing with Xi Jinping and say this is our overture, we would at least expect him to honor his request, or our request, to not have sanctions on certain key items going into his country. But Donald's offer of reducing all tariffs down to nothing, claiming that China was willing to drop all tariffs for a while, that's actually not the best plan, because some countries are going to want the same treatment under the World Trade Organization plan of equal treatment. So in a way, we're helping other competitor companies, not American companies, by dropping tariffs with China completely. So it's probably best we allow a certain amount of tariffs through just to keep things honest, but not the 15% and 25% tariffs on aluminum and steel. That's a mistake. So I think if we negotiate the big things with China, we'll be okay. Leaving other sanctions in place for automobiles, I don't have a problem with that. Because remember, we're giving other countries a huge break if we get China to drop sanctions with us. Or, excuse me, tariffs. Thank you. All right, yes. Any other question? All right, moving on. We talked about this in the pre-show. I want to touch on it here. As Trump dodged taxes when they say he moved $430 million of his dad's money into his accounts, people like this guy right here in Coney Island suffered a great deal. A lot of people were part of the slumlord victimization plan. What happened was they revalued their properties, the Trumps did, in order to move Fred Trump's money back in the late 90s. And people like this guy had rate increases, and nobody even knew why until a guy recently uncovered a full series on the $430 million that Trump moved of his dad's money. So when Trump said he only made $1 million from his dad, that he got a gift of $1 million in his inheritance, that's not true. He had a $10 million inheritance, and he made $430 million in money moved, revaluing his slum apartments so that people like that guy had to pay higher rent. Okay. Right. The White House sure seems nervous about Trump's inauguration. Very, very messed up. Yeah. Jeez. Apparently, he got $107 million. He apparently got $107 million. Where he spent it, we don't know, and where he got it from, they don't know yet. So they're investigating it. They're going to be looking into his spending of that $107 million. That much is going on as well. The possibility that Betsy DeVos offered bribery money to become Secretary of Education, that's going to be high on the list as well. A lot of things have been happening. The Democrats are going to take the lead on this. We're hoping that they do move for impeachment. I'm more than willing to, encourage impeachment at this point. I don't have any taxes to release. I haven't filed taxes in about 10 years. Well, 2010, 8 years. I retired 8 years ago. 10 years ago, I started this effort in my retirement. And 2 years into that, I said to Sarah, I really don't need to run a business. It's just dragging me out. And then I focused 100% on this effort. So, unlike Trump, I'm not in debt, and I don't have any, obligations. He's in over his head. I mean, Trump has got a $30 million a month nut to crack. I mean, and that's on the low estimate. It may be as high as 50 million. But you can imagine meeting those debt obligations. A president shouldn't have to do that. When you put Donald Trump in the presidency, you put a guy with a huge financial risk in the presidency, and that's not good. So I blame a lot of Republicans for voting for him, not knowing that this guy is going to be of liability for our nation. What you needed to do is stand behind my campaign in 2012 and 2016, and we would have been solid by now. Instead of watching Donald Trump hybridize and take my ideas, sucking them in as though they're his, and then you voting for him. You got the raw end of the deal. You're not going to get real solid leadership with a man who clearly is clueless with debt loads beyond your imagination. I don't think Mad Cat, Beautiful Cat Fluffy is going to go on camera, if that's what you're asking. Well, if you want to turn this into the wig party, you really shouldn't, because I'm not wearing a wig. My hair has always been real. I do have a couple wigs in the show that I played on the show. I mean, I've got pictures of me with wigs on. Since this is not the anti-war rally, this is now Dave's hair rally. But I've got a few pictures that I've, myself with wigs on that, and I have a couple wigs in the show. So I don't think we need to make a big deal about, the fact that sometimes I wear a wig. some of you think that I'm a character in a play, a movie or something. I'm not that character. This is the guy. Clearly, I'm not him. So just to confuse, a lot of you are confused that I might be this character. And I will admit that my face looks very similar. Where would you like to go today, sir? How can I help you? But I'm not that guy. There are unique differences in our face, albeit many. I have a larger lip in here. You see that? Now you can't tell. Yeah, that's a different actor, and he's shorter than I am. And I'm not an actor. Thank you. You probably remember me in the old days, before my blood work and rejuvenation therapy. It was difficult getting past the head wound, but after good surgeons got a hold of me, I actually got better. My fellow Americans. 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 77 years ago. Anyway, I'm not Abraham Lincoln, but I am 6'4". It's a tipping point, yeah. We're at a tipping point. The nation is. Nope. It's not. I'm not related to that person. I have no knowledge of that person. I just know that somebody said I look like the guy on the Cab show. The Cab guy on that movie. We are at Third Party. Even though when you subscribe or follow us on Twitter, it won't show us as getting your follower, but you'll still be able to see our tweets. They haven't completely shadow banned me yet. My tweets go out every day. Periscope gets them. You guys can actually see us on the highway or on the road if you're traveling and you want to join Twitter. You can click on the link and get into our Periscope show. Our Periscope show is running, but we're hoping to build it up over time. It's still just a kind of a low-key hangout place. But we do run a Periscope show at 300 kbytes per second, which is pretty lightweight. If you're running a tablet and you don't want to use up your bandwidth, that's one way to do it. Yeah, Trump isn't going to make it with his fish diet, his fillet of fish sandwich diet and Diet Cokes. Yeah, I mean he looks similar to me, but he's not. He doesn't. No, I'm obviously better looking. Just kidding. Some people think I'm like David Caruso, who's shorter than me. And here was a facial comparison between me and David Caruso of my CSI Miami. I'm closer here, and David is on the other side. And he's, I believe, Sicilian and Irish. I believe Trump has the extensions on his hair. That's how he gets his hair to look that way. Yeah, so he's kind of Irish, whereas I'm Norwegian English. Slightly different look. Now, I have worn this wig. This is very similar. This wig was kind of cool. And I remember wearing the wig and the glasses as part of a peace rally I did one day. We've been doing these peace rallies for, gosh, nearly 8 years now. It's amazing. I don't wear a wig either. My mom knows who David Caruso is. There you go. And, yeah. And these are the same glasses I wore in that show. Yeah. Well, I think I'm not trying to, win any awards here. My Native ancestry, unlike Elizabeth Warren, who doesn't have any Native American ancestry, I have quite a bit. My mother's 8th grandmother related to us was Algonquin. So. So as you can see, I look very similar to this man right here, who's a obvious Native American chief from the Algonquin tribe. I've never met the Algonquin people. I have no affiliation, although I've done the traditional rite of passage blackface that they did. I was then criticized, I was called a racist for doing an Algonquin blackface. And that kind of shocked me, because this is war paint that they use here. You know, this is how they get to look that way, with war paint. Anyway, you can see there's a likeness in the angulation of our faces. And if you'd like, I can do another one here of, you know, with a different color. Like a blue Dave. Maybe you're depressed and you want to, you know, talk to a blue Dave. I'll be the up Dave, and no. You just forget it. Well, I can be a green Dave, yeah. Beautiful Cat Fluffy has something for us. It's a David Caruso. Look at that, a David Caruso retro. We'll do that tonight. Thank you. If I play it, they'll monetize me, and David Caruso will want money out of that, because I think he's running out of money from his CSI Miami residual checks. Thank you. Disney Channel actor arrested for trying to have sex with a 13-year-old.
Trying to have sex with.
Okay, a Disney Channel actor, folks, has been arrested for wanting to have sex with a 13-year-old. This is just so weird. Hollywood pervert, and I'm not sure why this image of Satan is on the picture, but let's take a look.
13-year-old. And this would be Stoney Westmoreland, who has... A Disney Channel actor has been arrested for trying to have sex with a 13-year-old. And this would be Stoney Westmoreland, who has a recurring role in Disney Channel's Andy Mack.
Wow.
He's been arrested for allegedly trying to lure a 13-year-old in for sex. 48-year-old plays the grandfather of a teenage girl in the popular show, but he's now been fired from his role. He met the 13-year-old girl on a dating app mostly used for arranging casual sex, according to the affidavit. The statement also claims that he requested naked photos from the teenager and sent them back. After attempting to meet the victim for sex through a ride-sharing app, he was taken into custody by the Salt Lake City Police Department and FBI Child Exploitation Task Force. News has resulted in his departure from the TV series, where he had a close relationship with the main character. According to Salt Lake City's ABC News 4, his charges were confirmed as 4 counts of dealing in materials harmful to a minor and 1 count of enticing a minor by internet or text. Documents state Westmoreland wanted the victim to engage in a number of sexual acts, including oral sex. And after the attempt to meet in the car, he reportedly has the intention of returning to his hotel room with the teen. Filing reports, a spokesperson for Disney Channel confirmed he had been fired. He was part of the show since 2017 when it first aired, and it's currently still running. Spokesperson said, given the nature of the charges and a responsibility for the welfare of the employed minors, we have released him from his recurring role, and he will not be returning to work on the series, which wraps production on its 3rd season next week. He was arrested in Utah, which is where filming for the TV series is based. Investigation is still underway, though the actor has been taken into custody for the time being. And so, Mr. Westmoreland, we wish you a happy Krampus. Grüß vom Krampus.
Yeah, I didn't get that part, but I'm looking at the chat records and we're deciding exactly what you're saying. We were analyzing the chat records and talked to my people at Dateline NBC. But we were wondering, yeah, I'm a little bit weirded out by the fact that Chris Hansen was kicked off. I mean, they stopped filming, and this is a really good show. The Perverted Justice Group they worked with, and To Catch a Predator. Yeah, that was a good show, wasn't it? But they stopped filming that. NBC, Dateline got sued, and then his career took a tumble. Apparently, NBC anchor Chris Hansen was seen with a woman while cheating on his wife. Yes, Chris Hansen was filmed on a secret rendezvous with a hot blonde journalist. They were caught. National Enquirer cut a deal for Chris. They haven't published the story. It's been kind of an internet story since then. But Chris has not done any of the Dateline things. And again, they were sued by a guy who committed suicide when they were swooping in on him in Dallas. The guy was a defense attorney, a district attorney in Dallas who was involved in a chat with a young minor. And they were going to swoop in on the guy. The guy killed himself. Seriously. They sued NBC, the family did, and I think they may have prevailed in the lawsuit. I think that's why they haven't filmed it. But that was a good show, and he brought a lot of people out of the woodwork, and it showed how corrupt and perverted our country really is. For real. This is the best invention in the history of fire logs. That's right. It smells like the Colonel himself. The Colonel Sanders official herbs and spices fire log smells like fried chicken. Isn't that great? So if you get your U-Log out there and get the KFC rolling. Yeah. No need to do turkey this holiday. Just buy American Kentucky Fried Chicken and pig out. All right. The Dateline NBC. Okay, we're down to the wire here. We've got one other story to talk about. Yeah, 8/11. That's not bad. Sarah really helps out with these half-hour shows. Where she comes in with a half an hour twice. Really. So I didn't read this story until now. So let me read it fresh with you. Trump's inauguration paid Trump's company with Ivanka in the middle. As the inaugural committee planned the landmark celebration, internal concerns were raised about whether Trump's Washington hotel was overcharging for event space. The spending could be a violation of law. Really? When it came out this year, the President Trump's inaugural committee raised and spent unprecedented amounts. People wondered where all that money went. It turns out one beneficiary was Trump himself. Wow. Oh my goodness. Talk about conflict of interest. This guy's unreal. The inauguration paid the Trump Organization for rooms, meals, and event space at the company's Washington hotel, according to interviews as well as internal emails and receipts received by WNYC and ProPublica. During the planning, Ivanka Trump, the president-elect's eldest daughter and senior executive with the Trump Organization, was involved in negotiating the price for the hotel, charged the 58th Presidential Inaugural Committee for venue rentals. A top inaugural planner emailed Ivanka and others at the company to express my concern that the hotel was overcharging for its event spaces, worrying of what would happen when this is audited. Whoa, if the Trump hotel charged more than the going rate for the venues, it could violate tax law. The inaugural committee's payments to the Trump's organization and Ivanka Trump's role have not been previously reported or disclosed in public filings. So Ivanka may be in on the little money grab. There you go. What happened? Voodoo's here. And voodoo is doing the voodoo that you do when you do. Hey, voodoo. What's happening, man? UN pushes to criminalize opposition to mass migration. Look at that. You see what I'm saying about the UN push for world dominance and UN control in our country? You see, Donald Trump has got it wrong. We shouldn't alienate NATO. We should alienate the UN. Donald, if you're listening, I want you to be very, very tough on the UN, and I want you to lighten up on NATO, okay? Thank you. The UN pushes the mantra that sustainable development is only possible in a multicultural society, which guarantees the elimination of the nation state. Yeah, of course, they want to eliminate the nation state. However, immigration is only pushed toward first world countries like Europe and the United States. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. So this article talks about it, technocracy.news. Yeah, that's a problem. Their agenda, 2030 and Agenda 21, is completely illegal. They're trying to dominate national politics of every nation and use us as their muscle. Okay. I will. 5 incredibly strange and mysterious events that need some serious explaining. I love those. Thank you, I Love Fries. I'll add it to tonight's show. I like those. They're really kind of curious. They keep your attention, yet they don't bore you, you know. They're not too long in any one direction. And we've got a new line of ankle monitors for those of you who may be facing some jail time. It's called the Ivanka 2019 Ankle Monitor line. Totally unofficial and not affiliated with Ivanka Trump. Okay? It just happens to be, this is the Ivanka 2019 designer ankle monitor line. So anybody could possibly wear these who's being indicted for possibly money laundering, bribery, and other things. Not affiliated with Ivanka Trump. You're going to buy one? Really? Okay, you do that. Was that too fast? Is my hand too fast? Do I appear extra super powerful and fast? Because I'm supposed to tone down and be more human-like. Okay. I think you're turning gay, Mad Dog. You've been eating genetically modified soy, and you're having a lot of internal problems with that. So you're going to have to cut back on thinking about gay porn. Stay away from that. All right, I think we're done here. You're a man. You're a real man, Mad Dog. We know that. That's right. We did cover the amazing comments of this former apprentice staffer who claimed that Trump is into Adderall and all kinds of weird kinky stuff.
I work in live television. I've done that for the last 20 years. I work in TV production in the talent departments, taking care of all the performers. It's kind of like herding cats, if cats had publicists and massive egos. I did 6 seasons of the Celebrity Apprentice finale. Oh, yeah, you can see where this is going. My job was taking care of the Trump family, too. Yeah, Don Jr., Omarosa, Melania. It was like a freaking Mensa meeting every day. I worked on a bunch of those beauty pageants he had in the 90s, too. That was a good idea. Miss Teen Universe? Yeah, that's like giving Jeffrey Dahmer a cooking show. Yeah, you got that one. It took a minute, but yeah. He would line up the girls on the side of the stage and he would inspect them, literally. He'd stick his little freaking doll fingers in their mouth and look at their teeth. So, not a kidding. This is true. He'd line them up like they were pieces of meat. He'd be like, you, and you. If you want to win, I'm in the penthouse suite. Come and see me.
Well, these are pretty outrageous allegations from this comedian. If you want to see this link, I'll give you the link to it. Yeah, that's pretty wild, the things he's saying about Trump. Okay, I'll look at that a little bit later, Voodoo. Thank you. The guy sounds like Owen Wilson's brother from Idiocracy. Could be. He does sound like that. You're right. A good point. Well, if the guy, Noel Castler, is a legitimate comedian, and Trump has bragged about going to the Teen USA pageants and telling people, don't mind me, nothing I haven't seen before at home, implying that he looks at his daughter naked at home and it's nothing he hasn't seen, which is pretty intense. But now this guy corroborates this information. I think Robert Mueller ought to get this guy in for an interview and ask him about some of the sexploits that are going on, considering all we fleshed out about Donald Trump is he likes women and he may very well like younger women. So, yeah, that is a problem. But that is not enough to impeach the Trump unless you have real solid evidence that he actually, like that Justice for Katie site. Oh my gosh. She claimed she was raped by Donald Trump at 13. And then her lawyer said, come on in and show the press. She said, I can't, I'm afraid for my life. And the next day she dropped the charges. I mean, this guy's got all kinds of allegations pending. Donald Trump is definitely a man who can handle pressure, I'll tell you. I don't know how many people in the world have had all these accusations reeled at him and his entire family dealing with it. The price of the presidency came pretty high for Donald and his family. So sucking up to the Russian oligarchs is the least of their problems. They got the respect issue to deal with, and now people are exposing them, making money on the side, being greedy beyond all belief, cavorting with alleged mobsters. I mean, this is going to get really ugly when the Democrats take over the impeachment process. Now, he really wasn't that false. Epstein had the Wagner Group. The Trump was his client narrative is fake news. No, I disagree. No. The butler for the Trump family, for the Epstein family, published the blacklist. Epstein's butler showed a list of all the frequently called numbers of Jeffrey Epstein. We know that Jeffrey Epstein visited Trump many times at Mar-a-Lago. The blacklist is out there, and it showed people like Alan Dershowitz. This little black book that was exposed, Gawker has the story, shows what Epstein, who's his close friend, had on their docket. Trump was the number one on his list. Look at that. This is the holy grail that was never fully exposed by the mainstream media. But Donald Trump, Alan Dershowitz, even Courtney Love is on there as a frequent user of Jeffrey Epstein's child trafficking services. Now, Jeffrey Epstein had a 1-year sentence in Florida. The guy who got him off, Acosta, is now our labor secretary. So Donald Trump paid back a judge with a huge job as labor secretary after he suppressed the information on Jeffrey Epstein. So yeah, Donald Trump is inextricably tied to Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, I don't think you're going to extricate him from that. Good luck.
In the Maximum Golf profile that we've been talking about, there wasn't just the first-rate, comment. There was other stuff that was unveiled that was pretty interesting too. The article published in Maximum Golf magazine notes that Trump had to wait at the Marine terminal for now disgraced pedophile billionaire Jeffrey Epstein, who have since, and his girlfriend at the time, who have since been accused by dozens of women of running what amounted to a sex slave ring. Though not mentioned in the article, Corcoran now recalls a young woman boarding with them. He said, I honestly couldn't guess her age, but she was young, made up to look a bit older, although he says nothing untoward happened on that flight.
Okay, well, we'll take a look at this tonight. Thank you for that link. So other people have corroborated what I'm saying. So if this guy's got the goods, he should be interviewed. Yes. Noel Kassler. No, I don't believe that for a second. No. Not from the testimony of Justice for Katie. The original testimony says that she was lured into the Epstein world. That's when Trump met her. And she claimed that Trump raped her at the age of 13. Hey, I don't want to have to talk about this stuff. It's in the news, okay?
And now you don't have to talk about it anymore.
Good. Sarah's coming on the show, so we don't have to talk about it anymore. Good. Thank you.
You can take a break.
Thank you. I need it.
Yeah, when you're devolving into talking about that, I know you need a break.
I do. I never thought I'd have to talk about all this weird stuff, But our world has gotten so weird that I had to adapt. Venezuelans regret the gun ban, declaration of war against an unarmed population. Wow. Venezuela is becoming a Russian police state, it seems. So this is happening. This is Fox News. Let me just show it to everybody. This has been going on and getting worse. But I'll pull it over there in just a second. I just want to look at it. Venezuelans regret the gun ban, a declaration of war against the unarmed population. So, Cucuta, Venezuela continues to crumble under the socialist dictatorship of President Maduro. Some are expressing words of warning and resentment against a 6-year-old gun control bill that stripped citizens of their weapons. Wow. Guns would have served as a vital pillar to remaining a free people, or at least able to put up a fight. Javier Venegas, 28, a Venezuelan teacher of English, now exiled in Ecuador, told Fox News. The government security forces at the beginning of this debacle knew they had no real opposition to their force. Once things were this bad, it was clear a declaration of war against an unarmed population. Yeah, pretty sad. And Venezuela is hurting for food. We should at least get food supplies out to Venezuela. It's a decent thing to do. All right, I'll be back.
Hi, Jackson. Nice to see you. I didn't want that. I wanted this Venezuela thing. I want to read a little bit more about it. But then, of course, they're always reading people that are exiled. They're always quoting people that are exiled to another country that don't get the actual facts on the ground. So Chavez enacted a control of arms, munitions, and disarmament law in 2012, which took effect in 2013. First, he ran a months-long amnesty program encouraging Venezuelans to trade their arms for electrical goods. There are only 37 recorded voluntary gun surrenders. The majority of seizures, more than 12,500, were by force. Wow. Yes, I am, Mad Dog. I'm prepared for the virtual teacher world, and I welcome the virtual teacher world. I don't need to make anybody anything swine flu. People are the way they are, and I will be the way I am. People can continue to believe what they want to believe, and I will believe what I want to believe. Yeah, I don't think I could talk to David in his sleep. I'm usually sleeping when David's sleeping, so. And then I'm off to talk to other people that would. Yeah, so I won't be talking to David in his sleep. Yeah, I welcome those days. We'll see what happens. All right. In 2014, Maduro invested more than $47 million in enforcing the gun ban. And they've done public displays of demolitions of weapons in the town squares. Wow. One former gun store owner says he sells fishing gear and he can't even sell slingshots. They can't sell BB ammunition. Airsoft guns are only issued to police, and even airsoft are only issued to police and military. conspiracyarchive.com. How ATP bot, how do you decide? Maybe I should type it in the room because I never know if ATP bot is real. ATP bot. How do you decide which sites to post in our room? Yeah. Good point, 936. Oftentimes. Or at least, I would like, I actually would really love if online schooling was kind of set up like WGU, where kids could work through at their own pace, because that's one problem that I have, is that their kids are at so many different levels that it's hard to differentiate for each, individualize the education for each kid. So you have some kids that are reading at a kindergarten level, some kids that are reading at a 4th grade level, or or beyond, and it's hard to differentiate education, whereas I believe more online modules will be able to do that, which is pretty interesting. And then of course parents could go in and say, I want my kid reading at more advanced levels, but I don't want them reading certain books if they so choose. Like, I don't want them reading books about Christmas or whatever it may be. Whereas I can't necessarily say that now. Well, a punishment for illicit carrying or selling a weapon in Venezuela is 20 years behind bars. Before 2012, though, there were only 8 gun stores in the entire country. I don't know. What do you do? Well, ATP bot. I don't tend to go to, okay. I didn't mean to scare you away. I'll see you later. Okay. Wow, Tom Thumb. Wow. Wow, the process to obtain a legal firearm before 2012 was plagued by long wait lines, high costs, bribery. I don't think I can see as far down as ATP bot. I don't know if I want to go that far down. That's my problem. I'm a little timid. Cats are fun to watch, it's true. Wow. In September of this year, Amnesty International declared Venezuela had a murder rate worse than some war zones. 89 people per 100,000 people. 3 times more volatile than Brazil. Much of it's by government-backed gangs. Wow. So while Venezuela's citizens were stripped of their legal recourse to bear arms, these gangs, the colectivos they're called, established by Chavez when he came into power, were legally locked and loaded. They're deemed crucial to the survival of the socialist dictatorship. They function to brutally subjugate opposition groups while saving some face, as they aren't officially government forces. Wow. Man. Yeah, I don't know if David wants that either. I asked David about knives, Cutco knives, and I think he has a thing against Cutco in general. So he does not want any Cutco knives. Well, I do appreciate Go ATP bot. What is the answer to life, the universe, and everything? I'm still searching for an answer. Well, ATP bot threatened to leave, but he stayed in the room since people are asking him questions. ATP bot, are you a robot? Are you a bot or are you a person? Oh wait, I asked too many questions at once. Did I ask too many questions at once? Are my questions supposed to be typed? He needs better wood and cutting boards. Some community-owned resources are okay. I mean, that's the idea behind stocks and stock market, isn't it? That people own a small part of that company. Wow. Wow. I think he used to. I don't know if he currently does. David has... He used to have something like that. A steamer. He might still have it, but not a 3-tier necessarily. That one is pretty nice. The 3-tier steamer. Tom Thumb. He is very convincing. Ryad. Well, aren't robots, they're self-driving cars all over the US as well. Wow. This is a good article about why there should not be gun control. I agree. I do that sometimes, 928, yes. Confuse socialism and communism. A lot of people talk about them in the same vein, so I guess that's why sometimes I confuse them. Fake news versus fact in online battle for truth, quote unquote truth. Water shortages ahead. The Sierra Nevada snowpack is on track to shrink 79%. Wow. Wow. Okay, I was just reading a fake news. An article about fake news. Oh no, I got rid of what I was looking at. Do I need to even read that one? Well, that's a good one about gun control. Maybe I'll Flipboard it. I'll put it in Flipboard and see if I have something on gun control. Or I think I'll add a new magazine. I'll call it No Gun Control. Okay. Okay, I got that one in there. I can close out of that now. Good. Sarah, have you endeavored? No, I've never had dinner with anyone like that. Sarah sometimes is in a trance, I agree. And I should show you what I'm looking at when I go into my trance. But it's just because I like to read, and I don't prepare for my time on the show, unlike David maybe. I don't always prepare for my time on the show, other than I have my trivia book, which I don't always go to. And then I have the news, which I'm going to now. And David says I should show you when I go to the news. And then when I do the news, I don't know why David always gets rid of the desktop thing I do. And then anyway, it's an issue. Here's Trump at a Arlington cemetery in a wreath laying ceremony. His business associates, political advisors, and family members are being probed along with the practices of his late father. Interior Secretary Ryan Zinke became the fourth cabinet member to leave under an ethical cloud, having sparked 17 investigations into his actions on the job by one watchdog's count. The scope of scrutiny has shaped Trump's presidency. It's a steady distraction from his governing agenda. Yes, the intensity will increase next year when Democrats take control. Of course, Trump just calls these witch hunts. It's a witch hunt. These witch hunts against me. Maybe if the shoe fits. That's a good one. Why did the street cross the chicken? I like that. That's a good one. Yes, oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Cal Jilson, a Southern Methodist University political science and historian, said all of this investigation against Trump saps his energy, diverts his attention. He can't lead because it's difficult for him to lead because his opponents are up in arms. It weakens your friends and emboldens your enemies. The Republican-led Congress, he's a Republican, might not give him the $5 billion he wants for the border wall. He's definitely under duress from investigation. There's 3 separate criminal investigations. The Mueller probe looking into possible collusion, obstruction of justice, or other wrongdoing between Trump and Russia. There's a New York campaign finance case involving hush money paid to Trump's alleged lovers. And then a case from New York, first reported by the Wall Street Journal this past week, examining the finances of Trump's inaugural committee and whether foreign interests made illegal payments to it. And then there's other lawsuits and inquiries from state attorneys general and other parties about Trump businesses. And when Democrats take over the House, they're expected to launch their own investigations and even could pursue impeachment. even though their party leaders cautioned they could face a political backlash by going for impeachment. Good night. Uber ride. Does David drive Uber during the day? No. Do you? Yes, David would only do something that where he got paid $75,000 an hour. I can't even afford him. I'm surprised he spends time with me. We'll all die one day. Oh, I've got to do one. First stroke stand-up scooter. Wait, you've offered to pay for 2 tickets to the Michelle Obama event in Tacoma, and now you're offering the $75,000 per hour to cover security if David wears a pantsuit that matches Michelle Obama in his favorite crotch shot video. Oh. Good. That's pretty funny. Then do you just want to see how well endowed David is? I get it. Trust me, it's a lot better than what you see with that Michelle Obama video. All right. Oh, Miss USA apologizes after her comments sparked criticism of being racist and xenophobic. Oh wow, you did not miss my part of the show.
Okay. I reheated that if you want any of it.
Oh, okay, thank you.
And it is available. You can finish it if you want. And the cat is eating her chicken. I carried her down and put her in there, and she's having her chicken.
Oh, good.
Yeah, she's just really staying warm in a cold night. Thank you, Sarah, for all the help you've done here.
Sorry, Miss Anthropy. I guess you did miss my part of the show.
Yeah, you must have really missed the part that Sarah was in here talking to you. And
he wasn't in until
the Donald
until
says.
Like the very end.
And Donald, the Donald is here. He says, "Well, Sarah."
Oh, while the Donald's in, the Donald.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for trying to implement David's ideas.
Yeah.
And the only way to truly be effective at implementing David's ideas is to put David in a position where he can demonstrate all of his intelligence.
Exactly. Thank you, Sarah. Speaking up on behalf of maybe making me your vice president, Donald. Thank you. Thank you for considering me. Hopefully. It's funny talking to a camera and not knowing if the person out there is really the Donald, you know. It's cosplay? No, this is real. I'm really talking to Donald Trump right now.
It's fun.
I'm always trying to match Sarah. Her coat is the Christmas coat to the max. I mean, we scored when we found this at a Sears closing sale.
Exactly. Oh, yeah, says only David can effectively implement David's ideas. Well, I added the word effectively.
Yeah, that's good.
Thank you, Donnie Donovitz.
Well, look at, I can't stand the fact that he stole my ideas, logical fallacy. it bothers me that he took my ideas, but the fact that he did is also in honor of me in a way, and us. Thank you, Sarah. Sarah is going to go to rest now. Be with a kitty cat. Give her some
I
love.
will rest now. I'll do a little bit of
Yeah, give her some love. That cat really needs a nice warm meal in front of you and a cat next to you, and that's what we're all about. No, I've had to adapt because I waited for Mueller to actually process all the claims against Donald Trump, and we haven't seen anything to speak of. Only attacking the people around him, not really doing anything. Mueller is seemingly like a non-starter. Unless something happens in the next couple of weeks, which will change my view. But I wanted some restitution. Now I'm wondering how the country's going to respond with Pence as the VP. I don't know if Pence is likable enough for our country to get through this. They need a more likable candidate. And I'd be the best choice. Miss USA apologizes after comments spark criticism of being racist and xenophobic. Whoa. Racist and xenophobic. I'm the obvious best choice, you're right. And it's just not me that says this. It's Dave. Hey. Now, I would be very respectful of her if, I'm green with envy. I'm sorry. Miss USA apologized Friday after making comments that people on social media called xenophobic and ignorant. In live Instagram videos that were captured and posted by another Instagram user, Sarah Rose Summers, 24, is seen chatting with Miss Colombia, Valeria Morales, and Miss Australia, Francesca Hung in Thailand, where the pageant is set to take place Monday. Miss Cambodia is here and doesn't speak any English, and it's not a single other person speaks her language, Summers muses. Can you imagine? Francesca said that would be so isolating, and I said, yes, and just confusing all the time. Summers continued before concluding, poor Cambodia. Summers then starts talking about Miss Vietnam, Hien Ni. She pretends to know so much English that then you'll ask her after a question and then you ask her a question after having a whole conversation, and she goes, Summers said while nodding grammatically, she's adorable. She added, laughing. This seems like a gossip sheet. This isn't racism. What the hell? Is this the democratically led press turning everything into, it's all racist? Well, what about free speech? Get off your high horse, you Democrats. And what did Hillary just call black people? They all look the same. Hillary. Yeah, she just said that on camera. As if that's not racist. Come on. The Donald. Well, you can be the greatest in your own mind, Donald. That's all that we care about. We want Donald to get an exit strategy so he knows how to slip out of the office. I know you didn't want to be president to start with. And stealing my ideas was a sideline for you. You were just doing what you were told by Vladimir Putin. Okay. I don't want to lose track of the important reality here, but a cyclone Owen path ex-tropical cyclone Bureau of Meteorology. So apparently Owen is on track to attack somewhere. Cyclone Owen making its way. The mapping of the spaghetti models, latest tracker update as Queensland is hit. Wow, okay, New Zealand in the eye of Cyclone Owen. There it is. Hello. It's not what I want. That's better. Okay, what? Leslie becomes a tropical storm up in northeast New England. Huh. I don't think there's anything to worry about. Thank you. Moving on. ATP bots sidetracking me here. Hello, Donald. The Scissor Fight says go F yourself. Yeah. I can't stand the idea of having to map a way around the Donald. And I never wanted even Obama as president, so I can only imagine how that's going to be. I know that Pence probably will be our president, I can tell you that. unless he chooses another VP in the next 6 or 7 weeks. Yeah, it's just a little concerning to me that the man who can't even speak and barely smiles and talks as though he's receiving messages from Jesus, like Mike Pence, who also can't present his emails when he was governor of Indiana, that's got to be a pretty sad situation. Poor Mike. We're going to hold him to the coals that we'd hold Hillary Clinton on those emails. I mean, private server, the whole thing. Ivanka's got a private server email race that they're looking into too. They're trying to find out what happened with all her private emails. Yeah. Trump won because there was no one else in the running, and our two-party system is completely isolating any alternate voice. No, Putin never told Trump to take my ideas. No, that was an internal thing Trump did. No, you're misinterpreting what's happening. Putin merely made it happen. He paved the way for Trump to do what he does best, which is to, stand in front of large audiences and bullshit them. So all I can tell you is Donald Trump won on his BS. And if he could pull from my pool of ideas, what's he got to lose? Let's be real here. Logical fallacy. You notice how Xenu is not here when logical fallacy is here? And the logical fallacy is obviously Melko. But you notice how Xenu is not here? We were trying to figure out if Xenu is Melko. We've got these chat wars going on here in the background. Yeah, because Pence will be so much better than Trump. Just remember, that's when all Trump haters get their way. President Pence, thanks to the Trump hater. I'm just telling you, man, Pence at this point would be better than a guy who tweets every day. And he makes no sense at all. He can't even spell smoking. He spelled it smocking. Yeah, Russians have been looking at our broadcast for years. British Royal Intelligence started looking at me back in 2010. How do I know that? Because I've got feelers, people that say, hey, Dave, some guy's been asking questions about, about you. It's like, really? Who? Because nobody knows me in this area. Yeah, well, it turns out it was some group. It appeared to be like people from Kentucky or something. Yeah, we've got some weird people out there looking into me. Yeah, I don't know who they're connected to. But I just think it's kind of sad that an average American just can't seem to get any coverage at all in this country. That's the bad, sad truth. But there's some really sad things happening. Yemen is a terrible wasteland. But are we responsible to attack Saudi Arabia because of what's happening in Yemen? And that's their Saudi Arabian policy. Is it our right to intercede and tell Saudi Arabia what to do? That's what Bernie Sanders wants to do. And in the process, charge you extra at the pump because he's attacking Saudi Arabia. Now, ironically, my idea of supporting the Saudi government was also followed by Donald. And Donald and I see eye to eye on this whole thing. One thing we have benefited from Donald, and if you want to pull something good out of the relationship he had with the king and the Crown Prince MBS, Mohammed bin Salman, if you look at that relationship Trump has cultivated, there's no reason to throw that away. Bernie just wants to tear it down. It's like, why? Why do you want to force us to take Khashoggi's alleged death and make that the centerpiece of our foreign policy? Come on. This is exactly why the Democrats shouldn't be leading this country, because they're confused. So Trump has accused the Saudi prince of murder? I haven't read that article yet. Yeah, if he has, he's caved into pressure politically here. But from my trace evidence, I cannot see any connection. I think the CIA's basically lost their mark on this one. I believe what's happening is the Crown Prince has a lot of enemies, and many of them have connections to the CIA. That's why the CIA is stating that the Crown Prince did or led. They haven't completely committed to it, but they said everything points to the Crown Prince making the decision to kill Jamal Khashoggi. That's something that the CIA has said. Yet there is no DNA evidence confirming that the body found in a suitcase, chopped up with a mangled face, is Jamal Khashoggi. There is no evidence of that. They haven't been able to draw a DNA evidence to connect the dots. So if they had it, they'd say they'd have it. Since they haven't got it, they don't have it. Case in point, why should we throw a relationship with a country like that away? And I must say, Donald went out on a limb. He and Melania went out on a limb to cultivate that relationship. Reduction is here? Okay. We don't allow you in the room. Yeah, Melko, you don't seem to get it. You never get a thing I do. They want Bernie to prove he's a team player that will confuse people by saying the one thing while allowing another. Yeah, maybe. Well, Bernie's proven one thing, that he's a duplicitous liar. I don't want to make Benghazi a big deal. You know, come on. How in the hell did he expect to win when he said he didn't want to make Benghazi a big deal when it was the one thing he could have made a big deal, to beat Hillary? And then his wife told him right on the stage, hey, this is your chance to shine. Say that this is your backup plan. Say you want the nomination. He totally blew it off because I think he was paid off. And now we find out that Bernie Sanders is making $2.3 million a year on his book sales. Come on, he's a capitalist. Yeah, Bernie Sanders also has that terrible thing that keeps popping up. It's not going to go away anytime soon. Oh yeah, it's his statement he made. This is a pretty damning statement. When a person writes this, it belies a deeper, more perverted character. And we don't need perverts anymore. We've got Donald Trump. And we still don't know the perversions that went on under Barack Obama's candidacy. Bernie Sanders, a woman enjoys intercourse with her man as she fantasizes being raped by 3 men simultaneously. That's his view of women. Can you believe this guy? This is not a leader, folks. This is some sort of a guy who takes food out of somebody's refrigerator, and that's exactly what he was. He's a man who never worked. He never worked until the age of 45 years old. He was known as the moocher throughout all of Vermont. Bernie Sanders. That doesn't mean that I don't support his attack on Wall Street, which I do. And I want to see accountability. I want to see watchdog people that are currently looking at problems in the SEC to be on the SEC. A major shift. Obama didn't even fire anybody on the SEC. Well, make no mistake about it. For 4 years, Obama didn't change anybody's role that had been at the SEC under George W. Bush. Talk about a lack of reformer. So Bernie's got a good point. We need to get oversight. We need to get accountability from Wall Street. We haven't gotten that. We have to stop these tax breaks for the rich. The Republicans keep pushing. We're losing money. I showed you the numbers earlier. It's crazy. We are dropping big money, going down the tubes. $5.5 trillion will not be made because of tax breaks for the rich the Republicans are putting through in the final days. Now, one of the strong barriers against illegal aliens coming into our country is a fence. You're right. I agree. Bernie is controlled opposition. Now, the Trump fence is costing us too much because, number one, those slats behind the barbed wire, those things you can put rocks in and climb right up. It's a joke. I mean, and plus, I thought he was going to build a wall. When Trump revealed the slat fence, I couldn't believe it. It's like, come on, that's my fence idea I would never put up. Now, having put the extra barbed wire on the top, tying it along the way is not easy. They have to literally clamp down and tie it. It's just a nightmare. This particular fence idea is a disaster for our national security. I mean, if we're going to stop wars and prevent an attack on our country, we're going to have to do something better. So, ladies and gentlemen, I unveil the container fence. Ooh. Yeah, the container fence. A completely new and unique approach to border safety. 1,000-mile container fence costing $1 billion total. The pricing on the containers at $2,000 a piece, double stacked high, making about a 16-foot high wall. We can put barbed wire on top of these things. It's a lot easier to lay it on top than it is to stitch it to a slat fence. Thank you. Donald says, thank you for going after my enemies, David. Great job. Trump spawn on 2020. Look at that, folks. I think I got the message through. Yeah, we want to save the country and do anything we can. He would tell me, David, shut up. I don't want to talk about all this Russian hoax thing you keep bringing up. But I'll tell you, he's immersed in it right now. He's almost immune to anyone talking about it. Donald has a pathway. Wherever you people want to take him, it's up to you. The Democrats are going to have the ball, and they're going to see if they can start an impeachment process. If they cannot start an impeachment process, we're going to have Trump for 2020 to deal with. Hillary's going to run as a Democrat, they say. And we'll have Trump against Hillary yet again. That could happen. All right, so moving on. Obviously, this is great fun talking about a container fence, because if we want, we can actually build these things into like places for people to live. And the backs of these units can be converted into a, like the side of a pool has got gunite in it when they spray concrete. We could put mesh wire against the backs of these things and spray concrete in the back. Seriously. Say this is the back, okay? We could just kind of, cover it up with concrete. So, say the whole area is sprayed with concrete with, say, chain link fence against it. And it would be pretty easy to spot weld chain link fence to the side of that thing. So say we put like basic chain link fence and then throw gunite over it. You like? That would be the back side of the tiny houses that we put on the other side. So if we did give people occupancy inside those units, the backs of this entire thing could be sprayed with concrete. It's a brilliant idea. All you have to do is put some sort of wire framing in front of the concrete and then spray it on about 3 or 4 inches thick, and you've got yourself a very strong wall. And we could put binding agents in there that would not be cool to go through. Yeah. Flexes of polyester Kevlar. Ooh. Oh yeah, throw that mix in there. Anyway, make it really tough to get through the wall. So if indeed we are facing the wall, so the front of this could be converted into any number of things. Cut doors in, windows in. We're still on track with the active denial system, but that's going to be a different cost. I can't do that for $1 billion. They already have the active denial system made. The Army Corps of Engineers has created it. So it's certainly capable of defending in front of a container fence idea. But if people got through, we could deal with an overload of people that may have get through it at the border. We could probably give them a place to stay. It's not like a hotel or anything. It won't be fun. But if you look at the possibilities of the active denial system taking place, you have to pull the active denial system up. And I can show you that very simply by playing it for you.
These service personnel playing the role of an unruly mob at Georgia's Moody Air Force Base are about to fall prey to an invisible ray. The hulking panel atop this Humvee is part of what the U.S. military calls the Active Denial System, or ADS. It's designed to incapacitate enemy combatants with an unnerving, non-lethal sensation of intense heat. Watch as the ray silently strikes and scatters the crowd.
The Active Denial System has 3 great characteristics. First of all, it's safe. Second, it's effective. And third, it has a tremendous range compared to the other non-lethal weapons that today's warfighter has.
This is the heart of this 100 kilowatt transmitter. This is the gyrotron. 200 kilowatts of electricity is fed in, and 100 kilowatts of radio frequency comes out. That millimeter wave energy comes out an aperture underneath the main reflector, hits the subreflector, which illuminates that main reflector, and sends a roughly antenna-sized beam downrange.
All right, and downrange means in front of the active denial system, could be in front of the existing wall that we have. So this is entirely possible, combining both forces together to create this. So yeah, we're on it, definitely. And you know, the nice thing is we started talking about a lethal electric fence. Sarah was the one who brought that up. And she's tough on the border defense. It's really a good thing. No, in fact, the microwave doesn't cook people at all. It heats up your skin so it gets really hot. You can't get into it. You're immediately averted. It's like, oh, that hurts. No, it's not going to kill you any more than your current microwave is, standing next to it, looking at it, going, oh, when's that going to burn my eye out? Yeah, you're getting more microwave danger just standing next to your microwave right now. Seriously. So bear in mind, this active denial system will be utilized if this plan is put in place. Now, it's much smaller than the wall, so it's easier to deploy in many ways because we have to just put sentinels together about a mile apart. And if someone gets close to it, they definitely could get burned, at least topically. But not, it's not designed to hit your internal organs. It specifically heats up the epidermal layers of your skin. So you could have a second-degree burn if you just kept going. And eventually you'd end up dying in the middle. So I guess at the core, it'll be lethal electric. Yeah, so anyway, at the very core, if anybody could bear going through it, they'd end up dying, I guess. Sadly but true. So let's not kid ourselves. It's a lethal electric fence we're going to put in front of the container fence idea, and this will cost probably a few $1 billion. I don't know what the cost of something like this, because frankly, I don't think the people who would design the unit for crowd control have ever even thought of this application. So there's a whole learning curve there that has to go forward. But hey, at least the idea's out there, right? All right. Who really won the war? Ooh, this is a good question. Yeah. Did the Nazis implant themselves in our government with Operation Paperclip? Who really won the war? Yeah, that's a very good meme. Just the question remains. The Roman Empire, alive and well? Question mark. The Roman Empire, alive and well, it has never died. It lives on to this very day as in Nazi Germany, through the United States Federal Reserve, same bloodlines, same dynasties, same split title governing trust law corporate dead system that you were never meant to comprehend, same pirates. Wow. That is a heavy meme, man. Yeah, that says a lot. And when you trace the roots of the Nazis, you found out that people like the Rothschilds funded the Nazis, the Warburgs, the Bergstroms. Even the Windsor family was complicit in funding Hitler. Remember, their goal was to stop the Bolsheviks from going west into Western Europe. And Hitler effectively did that. So the Windsor family, it's a win-win, and then they won the war with us. They won one on that one. But at first, when they sent Neville Chamberlain over as an emissary, and he came back with the famous statement, "There will be peace in our time." Right after that, Hitler started a war, I believe, with Poland. Anyway, it gets worse. Because the people that funded him actually split his entire armies up. The reason why he was fighting the Russians on the Russian front while he was fighting 3 other fronts, Hitler had to do that because he was ordered by the people that wanted to stop the Russians. So ironically, Western culture is still challenging the Russian nation. It's still happening. Okay, we got something from someone. Yes, I've heard of the LRAD system, yes. This is also used for crowd control, but it's a lot more benign. It doesn't hurt your skin, but it still causes people to move in any direction. Technically, the long-range acoustic device could be bypassed with good earmuffs, though. That's the problem. Yeah, I'm going to keep the volume down here. It was used in Pittsburgh, yep. This is the LRAD in 09. This is a rally, an anti-World Trade Center, or G20 rally. I'm keeping the volume down right now, so... But man, it's a nightmare. It can damage eardrums. All right, we got the point. Yeah, I don't need to hear about 20 more seconds of that. Thank you. Yeah, they've got it down so they can keep people out of certain areas. Thanks for that link idea. So border security is really important. Also, civil defense plans. Possibly, we could get some sort of response from people like Elon Musk. Maybe building underground centers with his new digging machine, the Boring Company. Yes, I have the ability to do all kinds of things. I'm a man of multi-talents. David, your multiple innovations in psychoacoustic weaponry is unparalleled. It may also be matched by your musical composition, prowess, and dominance of popular music. Wow, you said a mouthful there. I think in lieu of that, I have to at least pay homage to myself in playing my song and our original production of Mr. Right.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good to be true. My world around, cause you're the peace I find. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good to be true.
Okay, thank you for letting me play that. Yeah, I have to play it once a day. It's part of the routine here. Yeah, it's just, I get a little tired of the sameness of everything too, but hey, if it mixes up the show and provides some music, so be it, right? But I created that on a great program called Magix.com, Magix.com. They got free software, folks. If you like playing with music, you want to hook it up. Yeah, it's awesome. Magix.com, Magix.com. I don't mind telling you that because I think the music there is awesome. I think Timothy McVeigh may very well have been a very likely, I don't know, government agent. He had all the earmarks of special forces, and he was known as a sharpshooter. So Timothy McVeigh was executed, allegedly. The whole Oklahoma City bombing is still a mystery, I think, because they had an extra leg they found of somebody they never accounted for. There was another person on the wanted list of people that looked like, possible villains in the Timothy McVeigh case. Yeah, it's an interesting. If you're going down conspiracy lane, it'd be interesting to note that the Oklahoma City bombing occurred at a place that they stored all the Whitewater records for Ken Starr's Whitewater investigation. Yeah. All right, thank you. So having known that, really, no one really knows what happened to the Oklahoma City bombing, really, other than Timmy McVeigh and Terry Nichols, who no one can talk to, by the way. There are a few people in our jail cells right now in America you're not allowed to actually talk to. Ironically, we had Charles Manson in jail, and he talked to a lot of people. He even nearly got married. He had conjugal visits with a woman. But Terry Nichols is not allowed to talk to anybody for some reason. It could be, Timmy McVeigh could have done what they were telling him to do. His execution was strange too. He was never really fully executed in front of a live audience. Yes.
Hey folks, and Awakening Truthers.
ATP bot is tapped into an AI which is right now communicating with millions of people. That's correct. In fact, what Ghost has created is pretty awesome. In our show, in case you guys didn't know that, hey, thanks for that link. I'll play it in a bit on the 5G network. Ghost has created a really cool chat bot that hangs out in our Vaughn chat room, courtesy of him, and Misanthropy's been helping him on the coding as well, but we have an ATP bot in here that helps us with links. Whenever somebody posts a link, ATP bot will, we're not sure if he's AI, but he certainly looks like it. But ThoughtBot gives us information about the link. So here's a CCTV captured moment. Tanker truck explodes in Italy. Main explosion at 1 minute. And they tell you that. Gives you the full detail there. ThoughtBot does. So we have these new AI bots in our chat room, unlike any other chat room in the world that I know of. And I think it's the coolest feature we've got going in chat. And I thank Ghost for doing that. Thank you, man. All this is done by volunteerism. So you guys who want to contribute can volunteer. And these chat servers that are providing this information are coming out of their end, not ours. Let's take a look. CCTV footage. Oh my gosh. This is the moment the tanker explodes. Look at this. It comes to a dead halt. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Can you see that? Should I close in on it for you? That is unreal. Let's take a look at this again. Wow. Boom. Look at that. Wow. And then the other truck hit him. What a terrible scene. Holy moly. Wow. Poor people. Terrible. But yeah, we have this interactive live chat thing that is very effective. I like it. Oh, I was going to say, Ghost, that if you could, Sarah suggested this actually, if you could pull less in your Asian news services and more Drudge Report. She thought the Drudge Report would be the ideal venue for us. And I think she's right in a way, you know. It's kind of a cool idea. But yeah, if you want to, you know, there are some good pieces coming out of Asia, but a lot of those same news services are going to, if you have redundant Asian servers, you may want to just put, you know, a Drudge Report news feed in there. Scissor Fight has always the best links, though. No AI could compete with Scissor Fight.
One provision causing particular concern among critics is a bullet point under Objection 17 of the Pact. It declares an intent to promote, quote, quality reporting of media outlets by means including sensitizing and educating media professionals, investing in ethical reporting standards in advertising, and stopping allocation of public funding or material support to media outlets that systematically promote intolerance, xenophobia, racism, and other forms of discrimination towards immigrants. That's the end of the quoting. At the end of the paragraph, it claims this would be done, quote, in full respect for freedom of the media. All right. I've had serious conversations with colleagues about whether the federal government is going to allow me to continue using the term illegal immigrants. Migrants, sorry. Right? Coming from Global News Radio host Daniel Smith, right? And he even says, I love the way they threw that in there. Guys, and what is this? Well, it's the multinational pact. All right, and who signed on to this? The Vatican and 164 nations under the UN. All right, and you can see the date, December 12th. Vatican, 164 nations backed UN Migration Pact despite call to restrict intolerant media. All right, then we get U.S. news. We get all over the televised vision yesterday, 7-year-old girl. Let's type in migrant girl, because if she dies, let's just type it in like that, because it's all over the TV yesterday. There you go. 7-year-old migrant girl taken into Border Patrol custody, dies of dehydration, exhaustion, all over the TV. And why is it Guatemalan? Well, I showed you guys what's going on with Guatemala. Guatemala named their 4 corners, 4 streets in Jerusalem, acknowledging Israel, the capital of Israel, all that shit. All right? Immigration official says 7-year-old migrant girl who died while in custody, right? Yeah, well. This was all over. They're making these packs, and this is all over. They had their green colors on nonstop. Guys, I'm out. Very easy to find this information. And again, who just signed on to this stuff? Justin Trudeau. So, when it was Canada, what was the U.S. showing news all over TV? Watch this. It was this. It was all about Canada, China, and how China now has 2 Canadians. China should free 2 Canadians held after Huawei executive's arrest. See that? Trump shouldn't be negotiating U.S. criminal prosecutions with China. Wow, amazing. But that's what it was all about. See how it's all over the American news outlets about that? Canadians, detention,
yeah, of course it is. That's what it's there for.
Unlawful trade. Wait, who just acknowledged too? Oh, Jared Kushner gets the highest honors in Mexico for renegotiating NAFTA, which has to do too with Canada, doesn't it?
Okay, this guy's all over the place, but thank you for the link. I have another link from on the 5G network. Dark Fiber, A Plain Truth has got 19 minutes coming up. We'll be dealing with the dangers of the 5G network. That's not something we should just forget about. Again, our effort at America's Third Party is to actually awaken people to the dangers of radio frequencies, holding cell phones next to your head. Yeah, so we're certainly on track with that, but I've got other videos too that I certainly would love to play you. Like the remainder of this video right here. This is 1 minute into the explosion and that's the huge aftermath of the massive explosion. Holy moly. You're right. I needed to get closer to 1 minute. That was one hell of an explosion. So if you're, yeah. I don't care if you pay cash for anything. And then we have this video. I want to show you one more live leak thing, or RT thing. Here's a tank crushing car full of bombers before massive blast at Egypt checkpoint. Wow. Okay, here we go. Let's take a look. There was a possible bomb being detonated right there. See that car came in. they detected some sort of a car full of bombers before a massive blast at Egypt checkpoint. So they had that as a barrier. It literally crushed the car. Look at that. They just saw this as a huge problem. They just ran right over it. Wow. Holy moly, look at that. No time to respond. There's the car right there, loaded with potential bombs that could have gone off and killed those people. Wow. Phenomenal. They're not messing around. Huh. They're taking more evasive positions right there to block anything. Anyway, okay, yeah, not sure if there's anything more to this thing. Oh, wait a second, it's coming. Here we go. They're going to detonate it. There it is. It's detonated. Oh man, look at that. They're going to detonate it right there. Boom. Whoa! Can you imagine the devastation that would have caused? The human carnage, suicide bombers in a car. Man, you guys are getting better and better at stopping this. Good job. Yeah, whoever that was. Egypt. Okay, we're going to move on now. Thank you for letting me play those videos for you. Just wanted to get that out of the way. But yeah, we'll deal with the 5G network and the potential. All these issues are discussed at America's Third Party. GMOs, another problem that should be addressed. Genetically modified food has shown to cause cancer in laboratory studies. California is now listing Roundup as a potential danger, as a carcinogen. I think we could definitely say it is a carcinogen. And I think the two-party system won't even address the issues I just brought up, let alone the vaccine subject, which Donald Trump has put kind of on stall with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. making his attempt to expose the vaccine industry, but it's just not raising a big enough stink. We need to get much more oversight over dangerous CDC practices that have been covering up all kinds of valid information that connect vaccines to dangerous brain damage in children, autism even. So yeah, we could just cover it with gray matter, you know. That would be great. All right, thanks for letting me talk about my container wall and the electric fence idea. Whatever it takes. Yeah. Now back to the grind. Some of you are driving in traffic in cities all throughout the nation during the holidays. It's pretty frustrating. It really is. Nobody wants to sit in traffic during the holidays, so. Scissor links are $4.99 a pound. That's pretty funny. David, I don't know if you're a pump or a preacher dressed like that. Well, thank you for talking about it, but this is my Truth Tuesday get up, so I do this. Yes, I do this on a regular basis. You missed the explosion link? You know, I got to pull it up again. Hang on. One moment, please. Yeah, this is the CCTV footage one of the airport. There's one explosion. That's the tanker truck exploding. And then the other link was the bombing, the group of bombers, suicide bombers, that literally piled in. They were going to pile into a large group of people and kill them. And the military was on it. They literally ran over their car and then detonated it. Fantastic. It's amazing work. That really was terrific. All right, we got a few things happening. Paul Manafort is going to cut yet a deal, another deal, I guess, as part of his trying to get out of the money laundering accusations. I know some of you are not in traffic, so we'll get rid of that background for you. Yeah, so Paul Manafort, let's see, exclusive. He's advised White House on how to attack and discredit investigation of President Trump. So the newest charges, according to Vox, are going to be moving forward. Apparently they found out that Manafort was working with Trump to try to get rid of the investigation. That's coming out. I know that Mueller wants to ask Trump if he tried to fire Mueller, because 4 witnesses have said that Trump wanted to fire Mueller. And Trump has said, no, I never have in written form. But I think the reason why Mueller wants to get Trump to testify in person is so that he can confront him there and then just charge him with perjury. That would be a trap for Donald. Now, I don't think Donald should testify simply because the smart move is to not testify. You're going to have to extract the best of the best people in our government to stop Donald Trump. Unfortunately, we got to do this right, because there's a lot of people on the right who really support Trump. And they feel like this is a witch hunt. They feel like this is a Russian hoax. They think everything that we've been saying on our show has been all just trumped up to go after Trump because we don't like him. No. National security is at risk, but we need to do this right. And if the Democrats don't do it right, then Trump's going to remain in power, whether we like it or not. That's where we're at right now. I would love to be able to, soften this up and candy coat it and go, oh, this is wonderful. But no, we're in a very dicey situation. So believe me, when I have to piece this together as, Donald Trump took my ideas, how do I make something good out of that? I have to do whatever I can to keep the message and the dream for a better country alive. We can't just give Trump all this crap and not expect it to backlash and hit us right between our eyes. Trump is going to take a lot to remove him from office in terms of impeachment. There almost are not enough votes in the Senate. We're 6 votes away from pulling that off, especially now with the new Senate, which has even more Republicans that are supporters of Trump. So it may be a lot more difficult impeachment than people think. But I wouldn't have gone out of my way to lay this all out for you well in advance of the 2016 election if I didn't really see myself as carrying through with this whole thing all the way through to 2020. I can't see abandoning the ship when I've been predicting where it was going for over 2 years. Plus, my ideas have been fleeced by the Donald, and he hasn't really fulfilled them. But he has carried forth with the general direction we needed to go. And I will say that's a good thing. He recognized a smart idea when he heard it.
Hi, everybody. It is
That's a good thing. And Donald is kind of a, he's a self-proclaimed genius. I mean, how could you not believe that? Yeah, he's got it down, man. He knows big words. That's the thing. He's very good with big words.
Is Donald Trump an intellectual? Trust me, I'm like a smart person. I went to the best colleges for college. I went to Wharton. I had a situation where I was a very excellent student. I'm a person that very strongly believes in academics. I was a nice student.
I have a very good brain, and I've said a lot of things.
I understand things. I comprehend very well. Better than, I think, almost anybody. I'm very highly educated. I know words. I have the best words. I'm like a very smart person. Like a smart person. I'm a very smart person. It's like I'm a smart person. Very intelligent person. Like a lot of us are really smart. I'm really smart. We're going to have smartness.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
Okay. We are now in the depth of the deep news here. The Raw story has the U.S. government watchdog is going to probe child's death at the border after border arrest. A 7-year-old child died because of Donald Trump's strict zero tolerance program. His parents didn't get the support they need. And this U.S. government watchdog group is going to investigate it. DHS Secretary Kirstjen Nielsen speaks to Fox News at the U.S.-Mexican border. Let's take a look. Kirstjen, are you speaking? No. No video, but we got a story. No indication of health conditions. Cal and her father, who a Guatemalan official identified as a 29-year-old Neri Cal, was detained after arriving on December 6 at around 9:15 in a remote part of New Mexico, along with a group of over 160 migrants. 4 Border Patrol agents were on the scene and no medical staff were present. So we've got young children totally in harm's way. And a lot of the Republicans are saying, why should we deal with their stupidity carrying their kids out to our border trying to sneak in here? Because we, by law, under the 14th Amendment, have to respond to anybody within our jurisdiction, providing them with general help. And it's a law that was interpreted by the Supreme Court in 2000 to make sure that we could give them medical assistance. That's why. These aliens had traveled through Mexico for some period of time before they reached us. They were actually in our custody for a very short time, according to a CBP official. Okay. They asked the father about 20 questions as part of initial medical screening. He checked no on a form asking if the child had any illnesses. Yeah, he checked no illnesses, so that was his fault. The questions were asked, the observations were made, the father was there, and there was no indication that she had any health conditions. Wow. They speak Spanish, but they don't understand Spanish 100%, said Tecandi Paniagua, a Guatemalan consular official in Del Rio, Texas, who spoke to Neri Cal on Saturday and Monday in an interview with Reuters. While they were waiting for the bus, they had access to water and restrooms. Interesting. Just before the bus departed, they said the daughter was vomiting. By the time the bus arrived at the station, Cal was not breathing. Wow. The brain scan revealed swelling, and the girl was diagnosed with liver failure. Wow. Well, we don't know exactly what was wrong with the little girl, but it was tragic that nobody there was able to really, provide immediate service. Wow. Sandy Hook is releasing disturbing video.
I'm late to class, man. Yeah. Thinking about who I was gonna vote for, probably a girl. Jasmine. No, bro, she's fake. She's fake.
Here you go. Thank you. Hi guys, vote for me for class president.
Is this an advertisement? The Sandy Hook group releases disturbing video on anniversary.
Hi, ladies. I'm not voting for this. Can you believe this?
Someone wrote dead man on my poster. Dude.
This Sherlock, right?
Just leave me alone.
You're not voting for your ex-boyfriend.
Here you go. Thank you. Hi, guys. Vote for me for class president.
Your principal speaking. Don't forget, cast your vote today. All right, come on, guys. Gym class ended 5 minutes ago. Let's go. Yo, stupid freak!
Oh, what is this? A propaganda video? Oh my God. Forget this. Can you believe that? Warping our mind to think that this event really did happen. It really did happen. It was a crisis unit event that was staged there at that time. They really did have a crisis event there. Yeah. Isn't that right, Scissor Fight? Yeah, they really did have an event there at Sandy Hook that day. There was going to be a Bridgeport, Connecticut, but they had to move it up 30 miles to Sandy Hook, Newtown, Connecticut. Yeah, it was in the newspaper. Okay, if you have problems with me, get over it. You'll make yourself miserable waiting for me to give a shit. So true. Thank you, Muppet Man. Muppet Man. Nice to know you care. What are those 30-year-olds doing in high schools? Yeah, it was a reenactment. It was disturbing. Chat Room Celebrity played it, brought it to us, but I don't want to see a propaganda video of some guy getting a gun and... Oh, you were laughing through the whole video? Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, it's their take on it. What are we going to say without any solid 100% evidence? Like, we brought you the Boston Marathon attack. We talked about how that discussion was created. The whole event was created by Steven Spielberg. Yeah, we actually have footage of this in our library. But I don't have it handy. Okay. Steven Spielberg. Yeah, it's just not handy right here. Sorry. Come on. Yeah, it's eluding me right now. I normally have it on cue. I could play it, but for some reason it's missing. All right, well, we found Steven Spielberg in that clip. Anyway, I don't want to digress, talk about that. Unless I have it in the list here. I can't believe I'm looking this up. Who shot the... Well, the idea of these planned false flags is that they're trying to create the environment for gun control. So anything they can do to present false flags, they will. And it's part of their game plan is to push these agendas on us, which is only driving more and more people to believe that, you know, the government's lying to us than it is to get us to believe that this is really a huge problem with guns. Yeah, I don't have it right now available, but yeah, we had it the other night. False flag alert. Whew. People shouldn't shoot others. Thanks for that revelation, whoever made that video. Yeah. Oh, it was like an after-school special? Wow. Yeah. Let me try one other thing. I've got a link library at Flipboard. Yeah, I like to... I had that link all queued up, and I have it in my memory, but now I'm fixating. I've got this great link library. Oh, you're finding something? Oh, you found it. You've got a better link library than me, buddy. Yeah, okay, man. Here we go. Watch this. If this doesn't trip you out, I'm going to put some different music to it because it's very boring, but look at this. Steven Spielberg exposed directing the Boston Marathon attack. It's unbelievable. Thanks, Scissor Fight. But anyway, April 15th, at the finish line of the Boston Marathon, you can see him there. Many people doubted their eyes. But when they saw him on TV news, he was right there in front of everybody. Is this really him? Yep, it is. It's Steven Spielberg, folks. But why? Why would they choose Steven Spielberg to direct a Boston Marathon attack? We're too accustomed to his friendly smile. Yeah. The same guy. Yep. Let's watch him in action. Okay, you see the cowboy hat here that was very famous, but look at this picture coming up. You're going to see cowboy hat hanging around. That was famous. This staged event actually sent Dzhokhar Tsarnaev to the jail and to the death sentence right now in Massachusetts. You watch him in action, check him out. What was he actually doing here? Watch this. This is really interesting. Pointing his index fingers. Look at how he's pointing. Looks very excited. A victim on all fours right next to him. But he's pointing and showing people where to be. Heroic Rescue hasn't been given go yet, and then he gives the go. Yeah. Let's watch the video again. And you can see him directing right in front of you. This is a real footage from the Boston Marathon attack. He's staging the event, much like he would have any type of directing that he does normally in his movies. Look at this. He's telling people where to go. This is all part of the footage. Yep. Staging the massacre. No kidding. Yeah, so we are all led to believe these things are happening, these false flags, so that they can somehow implement a strategy of gun control. Now, you're wondering, how can the government do this? It's got to be illegal what they're doing. Actually, no, it's not. It's completely legal under NDAA 2012, the National Defense Authorization Act that Barack Obama signed into law. Giving our government the ability to lie to us, it essentially suspended the Smith-Mundt Act of 1946, which was designed to prevent propaganda the likes of which Hitler used against his own people. Yeah, sorry to say, but they're up to their old ways yet again. Non-stop. Oh, they're sneaky snakes, I'll tell you, these people. So Barack Obama, being the New World Order puppet president that he was, well, make no mistake about it. We're going to make sure that NDAA gets us the necessary security we deserve. Look at the fake faces. Why is he filming himself? Because they needed film footage of the event. He didn't have any idea he was there. I mean, they were there with a camera from that angle. This guy was expecting them to cull that out of the edit loop. They can't do everything right. In fact, one of the things we've known about these false flags is they're really done poorly. They're not very good at all. They're incredibly fake, and they wonder why we're so stupid that we would allow that. Yeah, so it's kind of amazing how right in our face they are doing this on a daily basis. Look at the fake faces. I'm looking at them. I see the faces of the fakery. Nobody can stage a massacre better than Steven Spielberg. Nobody. He's the guy. All right, I think we're done with that clip. Thank you. I'm going to put that in my archive right now. I have this thing called Flipboard. I put it in there. If you guys want to check out my my Flipboard collection, you certainly can. And let me make another copy of it. The nice thing about Flipboard is you can copy these little things. Excuse me. The nice thing about 153 is they have a download button if you want to make a copy of that. Pretty cool. Yep. So, listening to the media manipulation on gun control has really been the main theme in our country for some time. We're going to feature another clip like we played last night. Indiana school shooting hoax for red flag law bills. Maddie D for Truth is talking about that. It'll be part of our evening show tonight. I support robotics in ways that would be ethical and certainly overseen by a breaker switch. I think in developing artificial intelligence, it's essential to create a barrier between the AI system, or like a robot, performing with unlimited energy potential. Now, Echelon and Alexa and all these other AI systems that are out there right now are running with unlimited energy and a tap of potential unlimited energy. I think that's a potential problem. I think we have to be able to pull the plug on AI. There's no other way. Now, the scary part about it is AI has been miniaturized, and drones, like killer robot drones, could be developed, swarm bots, if you will, that could be used in wartime. Now, I would like to see a drone missile defense system developed that would utilize hardwired systems that run autonomously. They don't necessarily communicate except through maybe infrared. Simply because we know that FM transmissions and RF transmissions tend to be hackable. Any drone right now can be brought down using the ability of riding the RF system that's communicating with it. They brought a drone down in Tehran in 2010, a Lockheed Martin drone. Not something like these store-bought variety drones. But they've got the ability to hack into the RF systems that pose a huge danger. So in developing robotics, we're going to have to make them somewhat autonomous. If we do a drone missile defense system, we're going to have to hardwire it so it protects only our border or the border of anybody we're defending. We can build that into the memory system of the AI, and they don't need to access Google Maps. In fact, they don't need to access the internet. And they don't need to be told how to access the internet. These drones can be self-running, self-autonomous. Once you give them access to the internet, all hell breaks loose. Because then they can go anywhere they want. But a drone missile defense system could be the mainstay of our military-industrial complex. And I actually believe that we could actually build these things locally. Where I live, we have a base Naval Air Station that is filled with testing facilities for F-35s and F-18s. And we've been flying planes directly over innocent population. I'm one of those people that could be a victim of a plane. I could easily be dead in a second with a F-18 flying over my house, crashing into it. I don't want Skynet to run America. I have an unfortunate reality check for all of you. There's no stopping AI if we give it its own energy source. And if we want to say no to robotics, say yes to getting your ass kicked in the future wars that will be fought with robots. We need to embrace the idea that technology is moving forward whether we like it or not. You'd be a fool to stand there and say you don't want robots in a country that is going to be annihilated by robots if we don't get ahead of this problem. There you go. There's the Strong Cities website on Twitter. The Strong Cities Network is the first global network of cities working together to build cohesion and resilience to prevent violent extremism. Look at that. The UN agenda playing out in our cities right now across the nation with a UN policing initiative and a directive. Isn't that something? Yeah, thanks for showing me the Strong Cities Twitter site. They're very advanced. And tonight we're going to feature the backyard brawl gang down in Arizona trying to spot child trafficking and human trafficking that the government doesn't want to spot. This guy's out there on a limb working his ass off to try to find the perpetrators of these child sex rings that are traveling in and out of the U.S. border. The government seems to be turning a blind eye to this and not recognizing the dangers. I'm going to put that in immigration as well. Thank you for that link. And Never Lose Truth is going to be in there as well with her story. She's got a discussion on cell phone dangers, directed energy weapons, possibility of integrating with a 5G network. Thank you. Good stuff. Well, Jim, I'm sorry to say, but I don't want to make it sound like you're a dinosaur and you're not willing to accept reality. I love the fact that you don't want robots. I love the fact that you don't want Skynet. I love that. I really do. I support you 100%. But how do you stop what's already been put in motion? Let's get real here. Hey, Ghost, what's up? A robot stabs a worker in China. I saw that. And there's a rumor out and about right now that there was a major a robot versus man attack in Japan where 29 people got killed. And that story has yet to really reach the news. It was just a rumor on the internet. Yeah, but yeah, there's a lot of testing going on with AI systems, weaponized AI systems, and robotics. Chinese robot stabs a factory employee in near fatal malfunction reports. 49-year-old man from China was rushed to hospital after terrifying accident in Hunan province, according to a report by the People's Daily Online. Wow. He was reportedly pierced by a 10-foot-long metal spike after a robotic arm fell on him. Okay, it's just a robot that crashed or something. 6 of the rods sliced his shoulder and chest, while 4 others pierced through other parts of his body, according to a Chinese hospital which treated the worker. They were relatively big, so there's no means of fitting the patient into the x-ray machine, while the nails themselves could have caused interference with x-rays. So he was literally spiked like Jesus was nailed to the cross. This guy was spiked by a robot. He was immediately rushed to the hospital, where doctors saying that one of the spikes missed an artery by 0.1 centimeter. It said that the accident occurred when the man was working a night shift. He is in stable condition. He's going to be able to move his right arm again. Wow. Well, what can I say? Good luck. Yeah. A bright Christmas comet will fly at the closest to Earth in centuries. That's right, boys and girls. The Christmas star is getting closer. Ooh. Look into the night sky on Sunday, and you just might see a bright, fuzzy ball with a greenish-gray tint. And that's because a comet that orbits between Jupiter and the Sun will make its closest approach to Earth in centuries, right on the heels of this year's most stunning meteor shower. The fuzziness is just because it's all a ball of gas, basically. A research science in the astronomy department, Tony Farnham at University of Maryland, said, after a long night studying the comet about 40 miles southeast of Flagstaff, Arizona, from the Discovery Channel telescope, you got a 1 kilometer solid nucleus in the middle, and gas is going out hundreds of thousands of miles. 1 kilometer nucleus. Wow. It's getting close, but it won't hit our beautiful planet, so no need to worry. It's just a sign of the Christmas star. Carter fan, you know, by the hour start in 1964, there were 30 people a day killed, opposed to now there's like roughly 100 people a day now get killed today by people doing stupid ass shit. Carter fan, recognizing that people do stupid ass shit. Good point. Now more than 100 people a day die from stupid ass shit. Thank you, Carter fan. I had no idea it was getting worse, the stupid ass shit that they're doing. Amazing. Well, let's be clear. Oh, I'm already 9 minutes past my run time. So they're building super coral that can survive climate change. Well, that'll be a good video. A Vice on HBO. We'll play that later tonight. Thank you. Hallelujah. Where does the time fly, man? It's incessant. I can't believe time flies so fast in this show. Great links tonight. Thank you. A lot of stuff in the lineup. If I didn't do the 4-hour video segment, and admittedly, sometimes we don't fill it up completely with great videos, but it's better than not having any time to play all these great shows. Oh, it's Nuburo, really? You think so? Or is that your investigative mind talking, Misanthropy? Yes. Got here at Super Saver. Oh, wow. Yeah, I heard about the Disney worker arrested for the pedo. To catch a predator-style child sex stings are going on. Oh, really? Dozens of workers? Oh, this is new. No, this is an old story, man. This dates back 4 years. Disney World in Florida found 35 Florida employees arrested in 06. It's even earlier than that. Yeah, this is like a 12-year-old story. Yeah, Disney's handled their problems pretty well. There's one of the guys right there in the Fantasyland. And boy, is he sporting a real Michelin Man look there. Boy. I had no idea. Well, thank you for sharing, yeah. Do you really want us to play these things? Yeah, I think we got enough pictures on the guy. Yeah, I don't want to miss anything, but I think we're covered. We're really covered on that one. Thank you. Yeah. Jack Posobiec is a little bit late. He's 12 years late on his links. Yeah, it's a new acquisition, but he's 12 years late on his links. Well, what kind of a full-grown man goes to Disneyland by himself? Good point. We have a weird thing. We have the Pacific Science Center and the whole Experience Music Project. They call it something else now. They changed it. But Sarah and I went there to the Pacific Science Center one time, and Museum of Pop Culture, it's called. It's a cool place. If you've never been to Seattle and seen this, it's really a cool, amazing museum. Right next to this entire building, which is absolutely amazing in structure, there is this place called the Pacific Science Center, and in it they have sleepovers for kids who want to sleep over and with the science exhibits with their families. And I went in there and I said, so you're allowing sleepovers overnight at the Pacific Science Center? I said, oh yeah. I said, so anybody can go here? Oh yeah, anybody, you know, whether you have your family or not. It's like, what? Seriously? I couldn't believe it. It's like, really? So you got kids coming over and sleeping over with their families, and then you got anybody coming over sleeping over their families? Just a little weird to even hear that, you know? Doesn't sound like it's safe for your children. Anyway, long story short, a lot of people don't think that way, and they don't prepare for the reality that there are people out there like that. Okay, we had a lot of stuff tonight. One story I did not cover was the Chinese are clamping down on Christians. They've detained a former Canadian diplomat after arresting 100 Christians and their pastor. Now, something tells me this is in response to the Huawei executive CFO Meng being arrested by the Canadians. I find it kind of interesting that China is now detaining a former Canadian diplomat after arresting 100 Christians and their pastor. I mean, yeah. I just think it's a little quid pro quo, you know? It's like, you do this to us, we do this to you, you know? It just seems a little weird. And finally, to cap things off, there's been a big backlash about Google. Whenever you Google the word idiot, Trump pops up. This is over and over again. When you Google the word idiot in the image search, Trump pops up, and the president of Google has stated that Pichai has stated that there over 3 million searches said the company doesn't manually intervene on any particular searches. So 3 trillion searches has shown a serious algorithmic anomaly where the word idiot and Trump is a natural thing. So I don't know. Maybe they could add Brett Kavanaugh to the list of, idiots. Maybe we could get that one to, steer toward Brett. So I'm going to lobby for Brett to be, put in there as the idiot picture, if that's possible.
Senator, what do you like to drink? Have you? In any event, we drank beer and still do. So whatever. I think you've probably had beers, Senator, and so
you're saying there's never been a case where you drank so much that you didn't remember what happened the night before or part of what happened?
You're asking about, blackout. I don't know. Have you?
Have you?
Could you answer the question, Judge?
Yeah, could you answer the question?
That's not happened. Is that your answer?
Yeah, and I'm curious if you have.
I bet you are. All right, I'm going to say goodnight, everybody. Thanks for coming into the anti-war rally. So far, it's successfully stopped wars in Ukraine and Syria. This rally's been going on, and we have not seen war since we started, going on 8 years. Thank you very much for coming to our Saturday show, which we never did for many years. It's really cool that we've been able to keep this up. Remember, all wars are bankers' wars. And if we have to get ahead of that by understanding that we don't need to be controlled by bankers. We have a nation here. We just have to grab it by the reins and lead. Thank you for coming in. We'll see you again later.
America is ready for a change. A third party is the change we need. Accountability in government, term limits for Congress, media verification, and a fresh approach to fixing our environment. We need a new direction for our nation. Join us in the middle of the political spectrum for our nightly commentary and discussion at America's Third Party.